There we go. Hello, hello. What's up, Martin? GeForce, man. I installed an update and it hated me. that's all I could say. Did an update and then life happened. So, hello guys. Hello, we're back. Yay! How are you guys? How are you guys? Ooh, my glasses all dirty. All right, we got some stream raiders today. We have some anime heads today because I actually found a really cool direction to take my art that I thought I would share with everybody here. And so all's good. All is good. How are you doing, Martin? Buddy, that your environments are just getting sicker and sicker the more you do things. And I'm telling you right now, on ArtStation, there are a ton of environment jobs you should be applying. If nothing else, then to just start getting your resume out there. Because you're really talented, dude. Seriously, don't cut yourself short. So I would apply. I would start at least putting your stuff out there. Because you can clearly do it. You know what I mean? So this is me encouraging you. Pushing you very, very heavily. Not gently. Go apply, Martin! Because I was looking at ArtStation jobs this morning and I saw I think it was five. Easily 5 environment artist jobs. So I thought of you each time I saw it. I was like, he should apply. He should apply. But anyway, how was your guys' weekend and Monday? How was the weekend and Monday? Real quick before we get started on anything else, we're just gonna do let's get some scrolls. Let's see here. All right. Jonathan, if you're still here, buddy, welcome in. All right. Finish the dishes. Yeah, you did. Awesome. All right, get 5 healing. Get 5 assists from healing. Okay, that's good. We're working on this level 21, and then of course place 5 orc slayers. So we'll be doing that as well. I can hear you. What? Nice. Let's do it. All right, healing scrolls. Go to my flag bearer. I'm gonna refresh this. Okay, it is what it is. Barbarian scrolls, warrior scrolls, rogue scrolls. I'm just gonna get everything. I'm just gonna buy it all. Let's do it. Upgrade some of these guys. Get him started. Get my rogue. I don't think I'm good enough. The competition, especially in the games industry, is insane. However, I still need some props in my portfolio. I only have 2 environments. Thank you so much for your compliment. I really appreciate it. Dude, I totally get it. But it never hurts to have your resume out there. That's all I'm saying, my friend. But yeah, definitely. It's a slow road, I know. Hey! What's up, Aldo? What's up, Inspire? All right, getting stream raiders ready. Where? Am I missing something? There's like an exclamation point here. Oh no. Okay. Meh. Stupid GeForce drivers. Yeah, it's been crazy. How was my morning? My morning's been fine. It's just, yeah, I had an update for my GeForce driver and then it decided to hate me. So you know, life is good. Good morning. Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Hey, thank you everybody who stopped by and hung out with me while I did a 3-hour speed sculpt from Spicer's Dojo challenge. He's been encouraging nonetheless to get me out there. So had to make an appearance. Thought it was pretty cool. Felt honored. So doing really, really well. So if you guys were there last night with me, awesome. Thank you for coming out. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I'll show you right now. I did a Jabba the Hutt sculpt because the theme was Star Wars, and I freaking loved it. I'll load it up right now so you guys can take a look at what I did. Jabba the Hutt sculpt off. It was a lot of fun. I'm actually going to make a time lapse of it this week for my YouTube channel, but this is what we did in 3 hours. And it was great. Used a lot of different, pulled out a lot of different stops and really just kind of pushed myself. So I think it came out. Can't get healings if you don't put down a healer. No, I know that. But I also have to do the Orc Slayer part. And it takes like 30 minutes for each one. So I put that one down, then I focus on healers, and then move on forward. So, but yeah, we did this bad boy last night. And yeah, he came out pretty good. I liked it. The final render, which actually I think if I just load up, I saved the project. So let me see if I can open. There we go, Speed Sculpt project. See if that loads. That should load everything from all my undo history to my render settings. It should all just be ready to go, and I should be able to render it. How dare you assault him with facts? I know that's not what this world's about anymore. Don't give me my facts. Okay, guys? No facky facts. No facky fackies. No blinky blinky. The revenant part of my face. Yeah, exactly. The one unit we don't own. Only Princess Leia's missing there to hold his tongue. I know, right? Exactly. So, let me go ahead and kind of zoom in here for you guys so you can see the full picture. So here he is in all of his glory. We'll render it real fast. But yeah, this came out a lot. This was fun, guys. This was super fun. Pushed a little bit towards some realism, but this is what we ended up with last night, and I liked it. It came out really cool. So yeah, Princess Leia. I wanted to. I mean, 3 hours. What I want to do is sculpt that little laughing little character. I forget his name, but he'd be fun there. That was my terrible impression, but that would be fun to put that there. But yeah, 3 hours. So if you were here last night, thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate y'all. And this will actually be a STL soon enough for people to print out if you guys want your own little Jabba the Hutt. We'll have to clean it up and stuff, but today's stream is all about anime, so we're gonna get to that. All right, we're gonna go ahead and switch, clear this out. All right. Let's go ahead and get a basic material. Actually, let's actually just load up a new project real quick. We'll do the Dynamesh Sphere 3. There we go. I like to start with this guy. This guy's fun. Yeah, and I'll have to... It might be kind of fun to have a Princess Leia and some chains around him. Let me get my glove on. It was neat about the challenge, which it was stock Zbrush only, just like the Sculpt Off I competed in last year. So, standard Zbrush, can't do anything, no special brushes, no IMM brushes, nothing, not even materials, like, you had to do it all yourself. It was nice. I like that kind of challenge because it really pushes you to stay focused and lock in. So, I might actually cover, if that's something that people are interested in too, I might cover like a little tips and tricks of how to approach a 3-hour sculpt. Because it's interesting the mindset you kind of need to be in. You have to have the idea preconceived, or at least a good direction, and then you have to really time management yourself. So I might make a little tutorial on how to approach a 3-hour sculpt, if that is something you guys are interested in. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to be making a few updated anime base mesh heads because I had some really good news come up this week. I actually had a interview, which I can't really say what the project is or anything of the sort because it's not decided yet. But I had an interview where somebody looking for figurines in an anime style. And what was really cool about that was in the conversation that we had, it turns out there's a lot of people who struggle with anime heads, and there's a need for it within the industry, but there's not a lot of people who could do it well. And I thought I actually might be able to kind of insert myself in this position and do some more anime style sculpts. Especially since it's okay for the body to be hyper realistic, but the head is the crucial part of any anime sculpt, and it's not easy. It's definitely difficult. So I'm thinking about dedicating a few more projects to anime in particular. So we're gonna create some base meshes today based on the anime, anime head itself. So we're gonna look up some like rule of thumbs, little tips and tricks, and then end up sculpting it. And there are some definite features that hopefully will be helpful for you guys today. Perfect for you? Yes, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and download this seems to be a pretty good actual sheet. Let's go ahead and, I want to look at it. Let's look at it. Let's save image as. We'll use this as good reference. Okay, so let's go to our base meshes. And then we're going to go ahead and call this anime head. And this will be the anime head reference. Hello, Snickles. I learned to sculpt to make my own figures. Yes, absolutely. I'd rather... It's funny, actually, I was talking about this with a couple other artists not so long ago. I'd rather sculpt my own stuff than pay a few $100s for just to own a sculpture. I mean, I have to really care about that sculpture in order to want to own it. But I'd rather sculpt it myself just because half the time I think I could do a pretty damn good job. So, so I find that interesting enough. But I mean, obviously, I own sculptures and stuff like that. I think my rule of thumb is don't pay more than $100 unless you really, really are into it. Although I do want a sideshow piece. That's going to be a lot. It felt better too. It does feel better. It does feel really good too to have your own sculpt, because then you're like, I freaking made this. This is mine. You know what I mean? And it also becomes that like, it's that it's an original. I mean, it's like nobody else will have that particular sculpt, only you. So I find that to be really good too. All right, so going through and just getting some different head shapes. What's cool about anime is the mouths are always so simple and expressive. And so there's definitely room for what I call cheating. And so we'll definitely go over some of that stuff today. And to sculpt a good head could take a few hours, so, you know, just basically just hang in there. Well, you'll even probably do like a chibi style, like an updated chibi version. Let's call this a chibi. Chibi! When I was studying in Japan, I bought a lot of figures in like $15. Nice, yeah. See, that's really cool. One of my favorite, I think I've showed you guys before. One of my favorite, it's actually this guy, Bakugo. Paid $25 for him, and he's freaking sick. He's one of my favorite. And then on top of that, this one was gifted to me, and he's also really good. And I love having these guys for reference. So these guys fight on top of my tower. They hang out. But I love just... These are pretty good examples of anime heads. And I just love the detail. And so, kind of following some of that rule of thumbs is what we'll be going for today. Still waiting on my garage kit to come in. Oh. You can do better. I will do better. But I love those. Those are really good. I like those a lot. They capture the character well. So we're going to go ahead and pull up some reference. And then we're going to go ahead and start sculpting. And if you guys don't know, I use Pure Rev. Most of you know by now. Let's go ahead and open up. Where are we? Just close this down. Let's load my images in. Kind of so unprepared today. All right, there's one. There's two. I'm gonna be mainly working off of this one. This one today. Over here, the female head. We'll be working on that one a lot. But we'll have all these references in, so. Let's go ahead and save these out. And let's see. Work, base meshes, anime head. We'll call this anime head. Ref. And the trick with anime head is they don't. It's not about the anatomy. Anatomy is important as far as like the rest of the body, but anime head does not follow traditional anatomy. They actually follow rules of thirds. And that's important to remember. The whole face is based off of rules of thirds. So the eyes to the mouth to the chin, that's all rule of thirds, and the nose fits in between the eyes and the mouth. And then the head itself can be broken up like simple anatomy, where you have a good flat planar side surface, but then it kind of wraps around, and then the eyes get pushed back, usually kind of flat. So there's definitely an approach to it, but it is different than normal anatomy, and that's the thing to remember. If you see an anime head with an actual eye socket, that's typically wrong. It's incorrect, and that's something to note too. Typical anime sculpt heads are flat, and it's because of the manufacturing process. It's actually stamped, painted at that point, so they're usually flat domed eyes. But a lot of times you'll see anime heads with eye sockets, and that's generally the incorrect approach. So when we break up our anime head, I'll kind of walk through how I do that. So this will be a little bit of a tutorial, a little bit of a follow along, and a little bit of trial and error too, since I'm getting a little bit better at it and practicing. Have I eaten brothers? No, I don't have an eaten brother. I had like an apple, a snack. Get through some rolls. No, I'm not really hungry this morning, but thank you. I will eat something soon. But thank you. Your garage kit. Inspire, you probably told me, but what is your garage kit? Okay. We're going to go ahead and we're working with Dynamesh. We're going to turn on groups for this. And we're actually going to go ahead and do a few things. We're going to start with a clip curve. I'm actually going to kind of clip curve the sides of the head a little bit. Get something like that. If you've done any stylized head sculpts before, you already know where this is going. And then we're going to go ahead and just plop this down. We're squishing this in a little bit. And we're going to make this a different head shape. It's an anime kit. Oh, right. Coming from China. Forgot what character I got. Nice. Well, a good trick with anime heads in general is, like I said, it's a rule of thirds. So as we look at the reference, there's also a few different things to keep in mind that I'll point out in a few minutes. Let's actually put this over here so you guys can see my reference. And right now we're going for this shape in particular. So there's going to be a few ways to get that approach. Just using the clip curve as well. And then the other thing to remember too is like real anatomy. The top of the head is kind of round, but also the neck gets pushed in a bit. And what we want to do is make sure we keep the side of the head as flat as possible. Well, that's going to be exciting, man. And let's see. That's a bit much. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is actually kind of clip this just a little bit. So we want the head to have an anime shape head like this. But we're also gonna want like a kind of a rounded edge here in a little bit. But we want this side to be as flat as possible. And we'll make some small changes here to the back of the jaw. So kind of like how you'd start an actual head. Hey! Another tip is make a copy of the head, double it, and use it as a breast. Anime rules. Nice. Here it is, here it is. Oh, let's see. Hey, Von Buki, how are you doing? Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, China is a huge leading manufacturer right now for anime stuff. That's cool. Does it come painted? Oh, it comes like that. Oh, nice. 20 millimeter? Is that? No, that's 20 centimeter. It must be 20 centimeter. Nice. That's cool, man. You're gonna have to take pictures of it. Yeah, 21 centimeters. Nice. Yeah, great. Spent the weekend trying not to die from blood poisoning, so that was random. Wow. Holy crap, dude. Yeah. Well, hopefully you're okay. I mean, you're here, so hopefully you're okay. That's... Sorry to hear that. That's insane. Yeah, that is random. Did they ever figure out, like, how that came to be? Alright. So we're going to go ahead and pinch the jaw here in a second. To kind of get this going like that. And then we're going to go ahead and kind of, again, just clip curve that just a bit. We still have a lot of tweaking to do to it, but just getting the basic shapes of it. Also going to take Trim Dynamic and just kind of start shaping some of this. Pinched. We're also going to... I'm going to take the Dynamesh brush. I'm going to make some obvious anime marks. But let's actually go up in resolution. We're at 32. Let's go to 64. Oh, hello. There we go. Need some resolution. This is going to get pushed up a bit. Hey, J Crew, what's happening? Some of my calls end. I have a second or two before it stops recording. This is my go-to to curse. What in the ever-loving duck duck? 177 people are in our call queue. Ah, wow. So on the sculpt off, did you have to start from scratch? Did I have to start from scratch? I think so. The way Spicer does it is kind of like the same rules as Zbrush. So you could start with a base mesh within Zbrush. But the character that I did, obviously there's no base mesh to save it, so I did start from scratch. So all of that Java came from a sphere. But I believe you could start from a base mesh, if I'm not mistaken. But that was my first time doing a sculpt off with him, so I actually just kind of just joined. I just jumped in there and said, why not? I'm okay now, brimming with antibiotics for another week. And no, they didn't find an actual cause. I'm back home tonight with longer term tests underway, so... Oh, wow. Well, Von Buki, hang in there, okay? Like, health first, man. Good vibes sending your way. Okay. And you can see here the anime face is angled, but it's also flat. So we wanna kind of keep that as well. RGB, turn that off. I don't know why I keep doing that. So I'm just gonna push this clay a little bit to kind of get that kind of flat look. And all anime heads look ugly at first, even more so than I find real anatomy, because at least real anatomy you can kind of see progress. So just keep that in mind. If you're attempting this, you're more than likely going to get frustrated. So be kind to yourself. And we're going to kind of pinch where this nose area is just a little bit. Kind of wrap that there. And then we're going to also kind of pinch this area. And pinch here as well. I'll take the move brush too. Let's take a look. There we go. And of course, let's kind of move some of this in. That cheek a little bit. Because you know, you got this shape. Oh, not that brush. It's actually, you still want that kind of S curve shape that comes in, so that heart shape look is very anime. Let's actually take the Dynamish, or damn standard. Yeah. And I'm just drawing some planes out right now, because the thing to remember is that this all gets kind of pushed back. And right now it's kind of more to the side. So I'm going to go ahead and take the Trim Dynamic brush. Start making some plane changes. So we want this to be as flat as possible. And we're probably going to end up merging this together here in a little bit. So let's get this going. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and save our initial progress. Back one more. Base mesh, anime head. And we'll call this the IR anime head. Base mesh. 2021. There we go. Let's actually insert something like a little star, just so it's a different subtool that we're not going to see, that we can actually name that what we need it to be. Type that head, grab that. So the first subtool in your subtool list always captures the name of the subtool file, so that's why I did that, if anybody was curious. I want this. Okay, let's... Oh! Yeah, that's awesome. Robin Bowl Baby. Oh, I love it. It's so cool. People instantly fell in love with the idea of wearing a bowl of ramen on their face. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, yes please, yes please. That sounds amazing. All right. let's go ahead and make a few changes to this real quick, and then we're going to go ahead and actually start merging it together and cleaning it up. But as you can see here, this is a good indication of how the bottom of the head of the anime head almost comes down to the jaw, but not quite. Like there's a bit of space here, so we want the head and the jaw to be just slightly offset from each other. Where normally a real human head, the skull is actually more flat like this. So we need more roundness. So something a little bit more along those lines. And you can kind of already see the eye shape where that's going to be. But once we merge this together, it should already start looking a little bit better. That makes me smile. Yeah. You're going to be 100% safe with this. Yes. Yes. But you know what the problem is? This is Norton 2013. Is that 2013? Need something a little bit more updated. Oh, that's so awesome. That's why it's funny. Because it's dumb. All right. So you can see our plane changes. And also, too, anime heads are usually tapered like this to that. And so we need to match that as well. Then they get rounded right here at the end. So we need to taper that, but then we also need to widen that. And once we get the ears in there too, things will start looking a little bit better. Your voice is echoing in my house from another room. Yeah. I'm everywhere. Don't you forget. That got creepy. Alright. So I'm just using the trim dynamic to kind of exaggerate these plane changes. Actually, let's back it up a little bit. Let's go up in resolution to at least 128. Just make things a little bit easier to get those shapes in. Now, of course, every anime has its own variation of this head, but that's why we'll just use this as a base mesh. So we can do a little bit more. Once we get this set in stone. Looks like 2003. That won't protect you from dust. Indeed, yeah, it won't protect you from anything. Alright, let's go ahead and soften that a little bit. Let's actually kind of angle this more down this way. There we go. There we go. Just kind of pinching that nose. Now let's get the cheeks popped up a little bit. There we go. Thing to remember with anime heads is that the nose and the cheek actually form like a little Cupid's bow. So we want to very similar. Very similar shape with that. Ooh, battle time! Good morning, Artsy. Good morning. Are you studying anime heads? We are making a new anime head. Yes, yes, we are. I've sculpted quite a few of them, but updating my base meshes because I'm working on a Street Fighter project. And even though Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, is a little bit more 1990s anime, which, if those of you who know anime can tell that the anime from the 90s looks a lot different than anime from today. So we're kind of updating a generic anime head that then we can use for other projects. Not just the one I'm working on. But yeah. Okay, it's battle time, so let's go ahead and save this real quick. My Hero Academia? No, not yet. Street Fighter, My Hero Academia, we will be doing a sculpt from that. Are you kidding me? I have a ton of characters I want to do in there. But Street Fighter definitely came first. So we're going to do that. The peanut gallery. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and do Stream Writers. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Yeah. We did it! We did it! Look at that. Get 5 assists from healing. Hey, I got 5 assists from healing. I got 3 out of 5 assists from healing. That just happened. And I put an Orc Slayer in there. So tell me again, what can't I not do? What can't I not do? Exactly. Cardi! Hey, oh, I clicked that too fast. I'm really sorry. Thank you, guys. All right, we're gonna go down to this loyalty chest here. Huh? I sleep now too. You also got that. Yeah. Cool. But now we can go ahead and put a healer down just to finalize the last of that bit. I look forward when you do. Nice, nice. Okay. 1 second, I got a text. All right. So now we're going to do is actually this up a little bit, because right now it's Dynamesh and it's ugly, and we want low poly resolution, but also too, working with subdivisions, in my opinion, is just an easier way to do it. So we have the basic anime head shape. We need to quickly make one more adjustment. That is right here. Anime heads get kind of, as they come and slope up real quick here. We need to kind of pull this out a little bit. Same right there. So I'm just using the move brush at this point. And I have gardeners here, guys, so you hear that? I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. It's the forehead, and that's the nose. All right. Let's go ahead and Control-Shift-D to duplicate this head. Now that we have this, we'll go ahead and turn off Dynamesh, turn Adapt off. We do have Symmetry turned on, so now we're just going to go ahead and hit Zbrush. Actually, before we do that, I lied to you all. We need to actually merge this together. So let's turn off groups and let's do Dynamesh one more time. That'll actually connect everything together. There we go. Now we can go ahead and Zbrush it. There we go. Now we're working with a little bit lower. Let's actually drop this to more like, let's try 2. There we go. I did not get the email I wanted. No. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and just kind of lightly smooth this out. So I'm gonna drop the smooth. And now we're just gonna kind of do a light smooth on this. So as you guys can see, it's anime heads here just a little weird, but I love them. They're awesome. Let's go ahead and take the pinch brush. Now let's just pinch the jaw. I actually like to do this from underneath, where I'll start with the chin, kind of pinch around, come up this way. Get that kind of underlined shape. And you can see here that this is actually another flat plane on this side, and then it comes up. So it just kind of rounds out, but it is flat there. Let's go ahead and take the trim dynamic, slightly trim the back side. There we go. Smooth that down. Make that nice and flat right there. Kind of push that out. Now we'll push that up. It's all about just making that anime head structure. Okay. From here, let's go ahead and actually put this in a folder. We'll put that folder head. And then we're going to insert a sphere 3D. We're going to make an ear. We're just going to flatten that, move that over. And then for this head, since this looks like to be a, let's open this up a little bit. This looks to be like a teenager to young woman, not a little girl. There's a difference on where the ear actually falls. So men ears in anime are a little bit more detailed. Women's ears are a little bit more simplified. Chibis are super simplified and complete rounded. But you can see here that the middle of the eye meets the top of the ear. And the top of the eye, or the top of the eye lines up with the top of the ear. So that's where we want to have that structure. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. And that should be in about the middle of the head. Making Frieza? Basically, right? I mean, I remember when I used to draw anime back in high school, the biggest tip I ever got was just draw the same head over and over again, and then just give it the facial expression and the accessories needed, and it'll look like anything you want it to. So, you know, like if you take Goku's head and overlap it over Frieza's head, they're like the same head until you add hair and more, you know, and then change the ears. Like, it's all the same. So we can almost replicate that here in our sculpt. You can have the same style base mesh, but then start adding things into it to make it different. And that's fun. You enjoy that? Heck yeah. So let's go ahead and actually start shaping this ear. Cheers! Yeah, what's up, Lizard? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Doing some anime today. How are you? What are your ears up to in today's sculpts? They are, well, since we're still doing the Street Fighter sculpt, we are making a base mesh, and they are doing well. How are you on this amazing Tuesday? Go. Let's also take a look at some straight-on anime ears. Make sure that we get that right. We can angle that a little bit. Let's actually go ahead and mirror and weld this. Make sure we're not on local. We use that a lot. There we go. Now we can focus on kind of rounding this out. Making them the way we need them. I'm working a bit more today, so I'll have to lurk a bit, but my ears are sharp to see the ears sculpted. Nice. I have you sneaking on my second monitor. Shh. I won't say anything, I promise. I promise, no fingy crossies. Well, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy yourself. Okay. Here we go. Let's kind of bring that down a little bit. So, and a good rule of thumb to remember too with anime heads in particular is that where the plane changes happen a lot, directly affect where the ears should go too. So, as we just slightly pull this out, and see we can't really see this portion right here. That's what we want. Let's actually round the back side a little bit more. Pinky ear swear? Pinky ear swear. I promise. I'm talking to a friend helping her get the courage to tell her school district to go fuck themselves. Oh boy. Well, good luck with that. Okay. Kind of get that Cupid bow shape back. There we go. We go ahead and kind of pinch the top of her nose. Any new animes on our list this year? Ooh, I have been watching Promised Neverland, which has been on Netflix. I don't know if it's necessarily new. I mean, it only has one season with a confirmed second season. But psychological horror anime, if you're interested. That's a good one. I would definitely recommend that. Things all kids watch anime. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, I haven't heard of it. Let me look. Yeah, take a look. Alright, take the pinch brush one more time. There we go. Yeah, I've been watching that one with my daughter, and it's been fun. Not quite sure where they're gonna go with it. I hope they go. I hope they go in a nice. I hope they go in a very interesting direction. It's hard to say without spoiling it, so check it out if it looks good to you. But I've been enjoying it. Yeah, and I always give people courage to tell them to go fuck themselves. Yeah. If anybody can do it, brother, it's you. You have no problems telling people to go fuck themselves. There we go. All right. Kind of pull this nose out a little bit. And then what we want to pay attention to right here, this is on real heads, but there's a little bit of a impression that happens. So we kind of want to create a spot where a mouth would go, but it's very subtle. So we don't want to carve it in too crazy, but it will give us way for the nose itself. But all heads have this kind of S-curve shape to them, and that's what we're trying to replicate. There we go. Kind of bring that out a little bit. Do I want to become famous? Nope. If I want to become famous, Twitch is not the place to do it. But thanks for the offer. Yeah. Nice try. All right, now we're going to go ahead and start lightly rounding this out. And we're still super low res. Like, this is my mesh. I haven't even done anything else. But where these plane changes happen, we kind of want to blend those in softly. But I'm using trim dynamic. I'm not smoothing a lot. We will smooth, relax smooth, but we just want the nice transition to kind of hide those plane changes so that it looks good from every angle, including down here. A little relaxed smooth. Walk Talk says. Yes, we have to put you on a runway. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and accept the dynamic subdivision, and now we're going to kind of start pinching in this. Sarah just a little bit. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's Alden! Welcome in, welcome in. Hello again. Alright, let's go ahead and start pushing this back just a bit. You can see here we are starting to get this shape, but it's still just a little, it's a little much. So you need to kind of push that in. It's all about just making the right choices. Still keeping this 2D anime head-on feel. This view right here is more important than anything else with the anime head. So you really want to make sure that you have this 2D look to it so you can't see the cheeks. But as soon as you move it, you then can see the cheeks. That's important. You want to remember that. I see you hiding on YouTube. Wait a minute. Who was that talking? Me? I was talking. Is my voice different today? Am I more robotic? Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. All right. So this is what we have so far. Their main anime head. So we have this guy right here. We have this part right here. We have that top Cupid's bow. And then, of course, we have the back of it. So far it's coming together pretty nicely. Now, for the eyes themselves, depending on the style of anime, depends on the style of the eye. That's always a given. But for generic purposes, we're going to go ahead and use the mask brush at this point, and I'll show you how I would draw this out. This is where it can get a little weird. You already got that bot account deleted? Yeah, you did. I thought I heard someone else say something. You could have. You know, I'm in a room with Death, and then my son is in school. It happens. Okay. The other thing to remember, so with anime heads in particular, like I was saying, the rule of thirds. So from here to here needs to be 1. And then from here to here is 2. And then if we go ahead and redraw this shape right here, that should be 3. So that rule of thirds is fairly accurate. So we don't want to change that too much. That's where the main head shape comes from. So that's why it's not really based on anatomy as much as it is based on the rule of thirds. So I want to make sure we get that right. Just kind of relax the top of that head a bit. There we go. I'm still pushing a little bit around the back. Relax it. Could have been my alluring voice. It could have been. Your beautiful, sexy voice, Death. Hi, Dad. If I'm on YouTube, just know that I'm stuck at work. Oh, yes. Well, I knew you were at work because you said last night when you popped in my stream that you would be at work today, so no worries. You good. Hopefully work is going well. It's always the fun part. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pinch here a little bit, kind of soften that up. There we go. Like I said, we need to get that kind of depending on some animes, there might be a little bit of a nose lip here. You do something like this, get that triangle shape. You want to exaggerate that nose just a little bit more. Then we could take the trim dynamic brush, come in here real quick. Yep, it's going well. I just run around all day thinking about how much I want to sculpt and stuff. Right? That was me when I used to have a 9-to-5er. When can I get off and start sculpting? Okay. So like I said, depending on the anime, depends on how much you want to exaggerate the nose. So that'll give us a little definition to work with. Some animes, that gets washed away and then is completely flat like here. Other animes, there actually is a small dip and then the lips happen. So it just depends. But since this will be a base mesh to work off of, we're not going to really take the time to identify it. We can adjust that as needed. So just give us a good starting spot. just work with that a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think that's coming out pretty well. And if that's a little too sharp, we could just soften that down a little bit. And I think we actually could move these cheeks out a bit more. When death calls you out, it's because he wants to say hi. Okay. Let's not go too wide with that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so back to the eyes for a second. Got a little distracted, but needed to. All right, for anime eyes, we're gonna go ahead and look up some anime eye reference. I get to cut seams tonight. Yay! Seams will be fun. Like I said, I like cutting seams. I think cutting seams can actually be really fun to do, but it becomes frustrating when you start realizing your topology is not as clean as you hoped it would be. So if you start having a hard time with like trying to cut seams and you're finding long edge loops that run off into or spiral, just kind of take a step back and see if you could fix the topology instead of fighting with the seams, because that topology might get, and the UV map might give you issues. So just take your time with it. Okay, anime eyes. Now there are all types of anime eyes, so let's just do something a little bit more like this. Actually, more like that. That's your generic anime eye. This one too. And we want kind of the shape. Some of these. There's just a few different shapes. I like call out people. I don't like to be called out. Spiral loops? No! I've quickly learned the nightmare of those. Yeah, those get horrible. Those get really horrible really quickly. Okay. Let's go ahead and save this. Bloop. You get a basic shape. Yeah. They could be problematic. Okay. We're just going to get kind of the placement a little bit of where they should be. Go. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. And the eyes still need to be tucked back. That's where the illusion of anime eyes kind of come into play. It's because they are pushed back, but they are also like tapered a little bit. Oh boy, manual UV mapping after a Zbrush estimate. After 3 minutes, you want to throw your PC out of a window. Speaking from experience. Yeah. 3 minutes? I give me 2. Sounds like playing Street Fighter with my brother. It was funny, huh? Yes. Thank you, brother. I love Street Fighter. I had a great time. All I'm gonna say. All right. Am I the only one who enjoyed Tekken more than Street Fighter? Probably. No, in all seriousness, I never got into Tekken. Mainly because my friends weren't into Tekken. I played a lot of Soul Calibur back in the day. And I think Soul Calibur, in some respects, at the time, was better than Street Fighter was. But then Street Fighter became something more later that I feel they really capitalized and perfected the 2D side-scroller fighting game, where, like, wasn't Tekken a little bit more, like, 3D elemented? Like, I know a lot of fighting games went the 3D route, including Soul Calibur, but Street Fighter's kept its traditional background, and I appreciate that. When I get spiral loops, I'll cut an end off and remesh. Then you have an open end that won't spiral. Ooh, Inspire. That is a great tip, buddy. I like Street Fighter most because of the 3-frame jabs. Tekken jabs are 11 frames, so it feels like I'm playing in the future and the game is playing seconds behind me. Interesting. Oh, that's an interesting thought process. Never quite got into, like, counting frames. I competed a little bit with Street Fighter and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, actually. But never got into frame counting. I know some people were really into that. Okay. So we're going to kind of taper these eyes in a little bit. So you can see here, I pushed them back and then I actually tapered them out just ever so slightly. And what we're actually going to do too real quick, before we do that, we're actually going to take this mask, we're going to make it a different poly group. And then we're going to open up one of my favorite tools on the planet that is dedicated within Zbrush. It's up here in the smooth function under brush, lightbox brush, and then you go to smooth, and then there is a smooth groups. You press OK on that, and then you hold it down, and watch these groups just become super pretty. So you're smoothing the edges of the groups, not the actual topology like you would with a normal smooth. And then you can actually come in here and kind of move that around. So now you get a smooth poly group that we can actually then work with by separating this way, pushing this back in. I know Stream Raiders is ready, so 1 second. We'll kind of pop that out. We can even do something cool where we can crease different poly groups. So we can come in here, go to crease poly groups. We can do a light smooth itself. So let's go back to our normal smooth brush, which is right here. We can kind of head and flatten this up just a smidget. We can work with that just a bit. Street Fighter had movie version 20 years before Tekken. That says something about their relative popularity. Yeah, indeed, absolutely. I appreciate the attention to detail. Yeah, I do too, actually. Well, I was obsessed for a long time. When I first moved to the Midwest, I played in local tournaments and everything. I was finally like, I'm way too obsessed with this. Kind of got it back up. Talon, do you still play Street Fighter? Because I have it on my PC. Do you play? If you play, let me know. I would love to play a round or two with you. That sounds awesome. How dare you bring up that trash? Bloody Roar was much better than Tekken. Bloody Roar was awesome. One of a kind. That game did not get the love and attention it deserved. But I never got into Tekken, so I honestly can't speak on it. I honestly have no opinion about it whatsoever, except for that it's a game that I knew was popular. All right. Oh, Bloody Roar. Who was the character that changed into a massive rabbit? Look at that. Yay, we did it. I haven't played in some time, but you never lose your fighting stick spirit. Colin. Hold on. No, you don't. Colin. You never lose your fighting stick spirit. Let's play. That sounds like fun. I've only been playing a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. Tekken is the twilight of fighting games. Ouch. Ow. That's that deep. Let's go deep there. But in all seriousness, I'm aging myself. Oh shit, talking to you. All right, card day. Got the item rewards. There you go. There you go. Let's see here. Yeah, that's still 147 minutes to go. So let's go ahead and put down. Just put this down here. There you go. Okay, I'm off. Shower before heading back to hospital for some drugs. Peace out. Mambuki, take care. Be safe. Keep me posted. Hopefully you're doing, keep me posted on your progress. I'll be praying and sending out good vibes for you. Okay. Yeah, actually, Talon, a buddy of mine had that fighting stick in his house, and he wasn't doing anything with it. And I told him that I had re-downloaded Street Fighter 5, which consists of all the other Street Fighters, on Steam on my PC. And so he was like, "I have a fighting stick for you." I was like, "Thank you so much." Well, yeah, we didn't plug it into your Xbox because I thought I could just whoop your ass with a controller. I love you, brother. Oh yeah, no, please do. I want to play Street Fighter with people. Are they doing a Street Fighter 6? I thought 5 was kind of like what almost killed the series. 5 didn't do so well. Not the way they anticipated. $2022. Ooh, Street Fighter 6, 2022. Look at that. Talon's on too. She's like, there will be a 6, just no time soon. 2022 announcement at the earliest. Yeah. There is no window to the sound like an anime eye. It actually looks like a window. Yep. Alright. And so we're just kind of nice and... I guess these would be the sockets, so to speak. Yeah. But what's interesting about anime eyes on the 3D model side is because of the way that they're manufactured and the way they paint stamp them. It's important to definitely make sure that you keep that flat surface. Also leave room for the eyebrows to go up. 5 launched without a lot of stuff, yeah, which was why it was so turbulent before. Yeah, also too, they nerfed Ryu out the gate. He had a wicked 4-hit combo that was destroying, and they then nerfed that combo from working. It used to be, I think it was light punch, medium kick, heavy kick. I think that was the combo, and that would take almost a little over a third of a character's life if landed correctly, but then they nerfed the frame rate so that you couldn't land the final kick. Yeah, they nerfed Ryu so hard that Diego switched back to playing as Guile. Yeah, they have a bit of brand trust to rebuild that after that. Yeah, people left the first seasons and didn't return. I left. I was actually getting back into doing tournaments with Street Fighter V, and doing the online stuff. I really liked the direction that it could have gone. Then they started nerfing characters, and Guile was overpowered for a long time. Yeah, there was a lot of little problems with it. I feel like they broke Street Fighter V before it even had a chance to take off, and that was upsetting. It's weird that they nerfed the poster boy. I know, right? Even still, I mean, like, come on. Just how hard is it to make other characters stronger? Like, I started playing with... Cammy's hard to play with. I always found Cammy to be very difficult to get right. But there are a few things in there that you could really do if landed right. But with frame rate counting and all sorts of stuff... people who play with Chun-Li as well. I was getting pretty good with Chun-Li. Ooh. That's so funny. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, brother, but my son calling you mom is fucking hilarious. Officially, you're branded a parent. Oh, there we go. That's fantastic. You just make my day. Good job, son. No.
There you go.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I like to think I'm a pretty good dad. So that won't be so bad to get called dad. There we go. All right. Okay. I need sleep too. I don't know if you're hanging out in here right now still, but you were talking about this being interesting for you and helpful. If you have any questions, let me know. We're almost done with the base mesh of this head. What I will do is add a neck in here real quick and then kind of finalize a few things. But since we're here on the topic, we're just gonna check our stuff. But if you have questions, let me know. More than happy to try to answer them. Hey, so yeah. So we're going to go ahead and check our math. So what we want to do, first things first, is actually, let's fill a color. And then we're actually going to go right down the middle of this here to check where some of our stuff should be. So right now, this is about half the head. And the eye matches within that, which means that when the ear's here, we can actually bring the ear up a little bit. That's a little low. We can bring that up just a bit. But then here is yeah, so here's where the nose, the mouth would be in here. The mouth should actually be right about there. Sleepy but here, nice. Well, if you have any questions, let me know. I want to sculpt the anime characters, but I don't want to do the pointy noses. Ah, well, so that's actually the next head we're gonna build. I'm building a couple heads for it. If you don't want the pointy noses, there are some anime styles, and the one I'm doing in particular, which will be the next head I do, has realism to it, but we can actually change this to actually give us... we'll take away the pointy nose. I'll show you what I mean here in a second. But the head itself is what we need. We can then make some variations of this. So I'll help you out there. Oh, cool. My art piece is on the trendy page of ArtStation. Martin. And you said, well, I'm not good enough. I told you, buddy, you're good enough. Fuck yes. That's celebratory. What do we do here? Let's get drunk. All right. So this is something we can start with. Again, with my base meshes, I do not, repeat, do not. 3 hours, Ian, 3 hours. I know, right? Right, Keenar? Right? 3 hours. Martin, I'm so proud of you, buddy. Keep it up, dude. You work really hard. That's why I'm telling you, you have to apply. I know you want props and stuff in there, but buddy, just start putting your stuff out there. The worst that anybody can say is no, right? That's the worst. But just keep putting your stuff in there because it's awesome. Yeah, Ninar, 3 hours. Pretty cool, huh? I'm gonna be making a time lapse of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this real quick. So this has subdivisions to it as well. We can actually go ahead and delete those lower subdivisions. And then we can have something like this. Actually, let's go ahead and make that one group. And let's actually make sure we uncrease all that stuff because we don't want that creased anymore. So let's go ahead and kick this back up here. Let's go to uncrease all. There we go. And then if we want just to kind of get the final feel and shape and look and make sure all of our points are correct, what we can do here is actually, let's merge things together. Let's get the ear in there. And let's finalize this head. And then we're going to use this for, and we'll reshape it for a different head. Some good chibi art you can find is made in Abyss. Abyss? That's awesome. Did you do the challenge at all? Nah, I am poo. Come on, Einar. Don't put yourself down like that. I don't believe you. Alright. Let's go ahead and let's merge this together. So we're going to go ahead and merge the folder together so we have this basic head shape here. Then what we're going to do is actually stitch those ears together. So if you don't know or you haven't seen this stitching technique that I've done before, we're going to go ahead and actually put this to the center of the universe, just like this. And then we're going to go ahead and actually hit this cogwheel, and we're going to go remesh by union. This will stitch the head and the ear together. And if we look at the wireframe, you can actually see that stitching happen. So that's how you would do it with subdivisions. Go ahead and accept that. So we'll come in here, say accept. Life is grand. So now that's all put together. And go ahead and kind of smooth some stuff out. Now what we're going to do from this point forward, we're going to duplicate it, and then we're going to Z remesh. And if you want to keep groups, you can. Let's go ahead and try that and see what we get. Yeah, been playing Cyberplunks. Nice. Cyberplunks, how is that? Put you in the corner for That's a tip you could put on the YouTube. I could, absolutely. Nobody here would disagree. I like that. I like that line of thinking. Nope, yep. All right. That is a tip for sure, and I think we can definitely do that. All right. So we can go ahead and take a look there. I'm also going to just go ahead and click same and Z remesh it one more time. Sometimes it gives you better results by doing it more than once. And then we can actually come in and maybe do a little bit more. Kind of move that geo around. There we go. And if we don't like it, I don't like that. Let's actually start with a higher resolution. So I'm going to back it up. Actually, let's just go ahead and make it one group. And let's do 5. No reason to keep groups. Emmy! Big shout out to Emmy. You're so awesome, Emmy. Thank you for coming in, hanging out. I can't play Final Mission of Cyberpunk. Oh, why not? That sucks. How's it going, everyone? It's going! It's going. We're making a couple base mesh heads today for our current project this week. So we're making some anime heads. Also, too, I had a interview yesterday with a company who makes figurines and got a cool little insider tip that there aren't a whole lot of great anime sculptors. So I want to up my anime game a little bit. Plus, I love anime, so why not, right? So that's what we're doing. We're making some base meshes today that we can use for future projects, as well as continuing our Street Fighter project. It's a bug. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I want to learn some anime stuff myself. Nice. Oh, Ian, have you seen the Nier anime feature that was announced? No, I haven't. Can you please share? I cry. No, please share. The mission doesn't appear. Ooh, interesting. It is batshit. Oh, now I'm really intrigued. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and apply those subdivision levels just to kind of finalize this look right here. Please share. I want to see. There we go. There we go. And all eyes, and I mean all eyes, need to do this. Animate to stylize to likenesses, all eyes do that little kind of diamond shape. Or triangular shape, I mean. So we want to keep that in mind. And that lines up right here. That's how you can wear glasses. So we want to make sure that we get that type of shape too. It's really going to sell it. But again, this is what we're going to be looking at here versus everywhere else. And then we can kind of go in here, hit the trim dynamic, lightly flatten this a little bit more. Ooh. I kind of feel like my CD Projekt Red, they did an amazing game, and as artists, we all should know how much time and effort it takes. And in the end, CD Projekt lost 1 million. Ooh. I'll try to find the link. Yeah. 1 million, that's a lot. Yeah. I feel sorry for that too. Yeah, I did a character that had a chibi anime sort of face. It was a year or so ago. And it was hard to get the nice, appealing shape. Gotta check it all from all angles. Yeah, exactly. And the other thing too, Emmy, is to remember like this part right here, this shape, that's the most important shape with anime heads. And then being able to get this shape here is also equally important, as well as trying to get this shape while still maintaining this shape. And then eyes are flat. Yeah, there's a lot going on with it. But I got an interview yesterday because they liked my Vegeta, they liked my Sailor Moon I did back in the day, and they wanted to talk to me more. And so we'll see where that project goes, but it definitely was an eye-opener to continuing doing anime sculpts because a few people noticed it, and I was happy about that. I'm also going to go ahead and lightly kind of bring this up a little bit like this. There we go. Yeah, 1 billion. Holy hell. Hello! Hey, Pure Coffee. Hello, hello. It's a little confusing because there's different versions, but it's kind of the bad shit. Let me see. Let's go ahead and just move this here for a second. An error occurred. Oh, that's nice. Square Enix Masterline. 1/4 scale statue. Well, from what I could see, that looks amazing. Wow, that's insane. Well, it's that pushed anime style. It's not the pointed nose so much as it is like kind of leaning towards a little bit of realism, but still has that flat eye look, which is what we're going to be going for here in a second. That's crazy. Oh, also too, forgot timer needs to be on. So, all right. Yeah, that's crazy. Everyone's so inspirational. You know. Okay. Well, did you get a chance to try that brush? I did. I did try that brush, and I loved it. Inspire. I love the final version. I think that was the third one you dropped. You dropped it 3 times, right? The last time you dropped it, I downloaded it. I liked it because I was able to use the bend curve trick. No, you did a good job with that. I don't have any official critiques at the moment, so forgive me there. But don't worry, I'll tear it apart for you soon, so you can, if you want heavy critique. But just what you've done with it so far, much appreciated. It's going to be my new favorite hairbrush within Zbrush. I'm telling you that right now. And if you want, set it up. If you're going to set that up in like your Patreon or something like that, let me know. And then I'll when I promote it, I'll send people your way. Okay, I'm going to lightly relax, smooth that area real quick. There we go. Just going to kind of round this out just a little bit more. Still maintaining that shape. Because this part right here, this is so important to have near invisible. To where you can almost not even see this. That is the anime way. Right there, that needs to almost be gone. So. Okay. And then the final thing we can do here real quick is kind of just do a little bit of a widen. Okay. Anime heads look weird. There's no getting over that. But then we're going to go ahead and manipulate this. I think I might add some more strands in it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Do it. Ooh, chat's going crazy today. Like Witcher 3, I remember at the PAX Talks CDPR in Seattle, they were talking about how they needed to have something that draws the player's attention at least every 7 seconds, whether it be an enemy or a marker or something. Yeah, people are, some word I'm looking for, distracted easily. It's like, I'm sure that has to do something. I wish we could have eyes so big, though. Yeah, right? Well, you know, what's funny is, I don't know how many, it's something I learned when I was learning anime style in high school for 2D art. Anime is derivative of American culture and the look of American with our big eyes. So they exaggerated that in the anime style when it was being developed due to World War II. Although anime's been around, I think, a little bit longer than that, but it really came to be back in the 40s and 50s. And because US took over Japan for 50-something years, a lot of influence came from American culture. And that's where the big eyes of anime are well known. So it is pretty interesting. Actually, I learned too that Funimation had said that part of the reason why they came to be is because they wanted to spread joy after the war. And so that's why Funimation exists for what they do. It's very interesting. But, all right. All right, I think this will be a pretty good base mesh. Thing we'll do real quick is we'll add in a neck. So we'll add in just a basic cylinder. And we'll kind of just work with this shape real quick. Stretch that out. Yeah, there's a lot of great anime reference on Pinterest from Japanese artists. I can't remember, but there was someone that linked me to a book once, but it was only in Japanese. So I wish I could give you the name. I think I know what book you're talking about too. I've referenced that book myself, but my Japanese is 0.01% known. I wish I could have. You can use Lily. Ooh, let me look that up. Yeah, I think that might be the booker. His art's just so good. Is it interesting? It is interesting. I never heard that before. Yeah, be right back. Dinner. Oh yeah, no, it is very interesting to know where the history of anime. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at this. Nice. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's pretty decent reference. There's another one. Let me see how to. I want to get this book, but I'm not paying $200 for it. I think it was 185 yen. I can't remember what it's called. Might be this one. Or this is one of them, but there's a couple others. If I find a good book on it. But yeah, it gets kind of insane. Try Vinted or eBay. Used books are cheaper for sure. Okay. Let's go back to our reference real quick, because the other thing to remember too is neck. And that's what we want to really make sure we get right. So what we could do is kind of exaggerate this neck a little bit. Oops. Back this up. What might help is if you have symmetry turned on. That could help. This up a little bit. Kind of bring those here. Depending on your character, the neck, it'll greatly depend on the neck itself. So here, let's go ahead and get a clip curve. There we go. Something basic like that should be that should be fine for what we need. We're not going into grave detail with anything. Let's scale it up just a little bit more. There we go. I think that would be pretty decent. Just a good placeholder. I want SK's book, but it's hard to find. To order from Japan, it would be like, yeah, that's probably the book Inspire I'm talking about. Yeah. Made the art for the Netflix Ghost in the Shell series. Really nice. I know a guy that can translate those books. Yeah, this one. Oh my gosh, yeah. And this book is full of knowledge. You could probably just watch him on Pixelogic because I think he still streams. But honestly, like, if you just study the sculptures and get the basics down and some practice, I feel like you could probably use a good chunk of this for reference, but there's enough information here alone to get you started. And also, too, this is a lot of his process, but then just like knuckle placement. It's, yeah. Yeah, there's the eyes. Yeah, my eyes are a little larger than his. Maybe I'll shrink that down, actually. Good reference. I like it. Actually, grab this right here. There. Just kind of relax that just a bit. There we go, there we go. All right, I think this will be a good base mesh. Let's go ahead and save this, and then we'll start making one with an actual nose on it. He does once a month. Nice. Now, I'm going to have to check his streams. I know he's only in Japanese, but I'll watch it and pick up on what he's doing just because I know the program. All right, let's do stream write-offs. Let's do it. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Do it, do it, do it. Murder? All nice and slow. What we got so far? We got Iris Sculpts with the most kills. Oh my god. The TWC play. What is happening? I'm doing something. I'll get that for you right now. I need to sleep. There. Yeah, we did it! Anime Pixo streamer. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway, all right. Let's see what we got. Pull that real quick. So we have I Need to Sleep Now 2 in Death Sacrament. Coming in hot. All right, let's go ahead and place a... Let's get it. All right, we'll go ahead and pull my rogue up. Put that there. Perfect. Go back here. So for the stream guy, let's just go to... You can find this stuff on YouTube real quick. Pixelogic anime. I believe it's this guy right here. There. I think this is the guy. There's another artist too, I think. Hey, there's me. I'm doing anime. No, that's him. Yeah. He does a lot of Zbrush core stuff too, which now is really all you need. Zbrush core has gotten really powerful. So I like how I type in Pixelogic stuff and my stuff is showing up. That's our YouTube's really interesting. I'm on my channel. We don't need to show me my stuff. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Check that guy out. He's really, really good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to save this as anime base mesh 1. No, actually, let's title this. Yeah, let's just title this 1. And we're going to go ahead and actually manipulate this a little bit and start getting it to have a little bit more appeal, and also maybe have some of the other features like smaller eyes, also having a nostril, and a nose bridge instead of your traditional kind of standard anime. So what we're going to do is delete this guy right here. We're just going to end up manipulating this one. So let's grab this. Let's call this number 2. Wow. They told that the new GPUs will be available in the 3rd quarter of the year. And AMD said on the half of this year. And it's not even promised. Interesting. Ooh. Available where, though? Available where? Because US is still struggling heavily to have anything. So it's not necessarily promised here. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what we're going to do now is actually kind of get more of a bridged nose. We have the main shape. Now it's just about manipulating. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to delete higher, and then I'm going to turn on dynamics. I'm going to smooth down this eye socket a little bit. Kind of broke that shape. Didn't mean to. All right. Let's go ahead and grab the damn standard brush. And what we're going to do is actually create a bridge. The nose. Like that. And now let's actually look up, okay. Actually, you know what we can do? Let's go back real quick to history. Because what we're going to be replicating, where is it? Just had it. Is it this right here? I think it might be this one. Nope, not that one. Where's the one Ninarsh? Shared. Just scroll through the chat real quick. There we go. What we're looking for is actually, if you take a look at, we can zoom in a little bit, how they actually have a little bit more realistic head. So we're going to go ahead and start manipulating this to be what we want. So we're going to go a little bit more. Oh yeah, it was about the Japanese streamer. If the US pulls his head up, it's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he explains things pretty well, that guy. Go ahead and start working on getting some nostrils here. May have to retopologize a little bit too, or just maybe not so much retopo, but maybe a little bit more of Z remesh it just a bit. Just pulling out the nose here. Actually, let's go ahead and zoom this out real quick. I want to know, can I... There we go. Yeah. Go ahead and just save that real quick. So let's actually go ahead and Z-remesh this just a bit. We'll keep it the same. Maybe that won't work. Let's get a little bit more detail in there. Once you have the basic head shape, you can start manipulating as you need, and all is right in the world. All right, let's go ahead and add some nostrils. Okay. Actually, we'll go up in subdivision. Let's go ahead and apply. Now we're going to focus on getting some of these plane changes. Now, the thing I can tell you right now is that these noses, at least for the women, are very skinny. So we kind of want to focus on that a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah. When is the new president coming to fix stuff? The 20th is supposed to be his official day. So tomorrow. Hopefully, one day we're all going to be able to get new graphics cards. Dreamy swoon. Indeed, right? That will definitely be a day to just be happy. Just think, oh, new graphics cards. There we go. Let's go ahead and, ooh, that's a big nose. Okay. Let's go ahead and push some of that back a little bit. And kind of start putting that in. Let's take a look a little bit. Let's find a better reference too. Let's type in anime hyper realistic anime girl. Oh, get some decent reference and see what they do, because that's what we want to emulate as well. So there's a lot of areas that will be soft In fact, here is one that's not too bad, actually. I think I want this a little bit more. Yeah. So we're definitely going to want that nose transition. But it's going to be nice and soft. So we're going to try to emulate this as much as possible. Inari! I have a new GPU. Yep. Didn't it take like didn't it take like 2 months to get to you? Wasn't it like a crazy amount of time? Remember you were waiting for a while. There's a stock tracker someone made for Canada and that helped a ton. Nice, nice. Oh, it wasn't so bad. I think I got it in a week from Best Buy. Oh, I thought you were waiting longer for some reason. Maybe it's just because you were talking about buying it for a long time that I was just constantly remembering about it. Or I'm just that jealous. Probably a bit of both. Alright, so we're going to move the eyes up a little bit. Okay. Watching the stream waiting for a drop was insane, yeah. Oh yeah, I had the pre-order, but it never pinged, so I canceled it after I managed to catch the card. Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go with an alpha. I think it's 6. It's one of my favorite alphas because it's a nice soft brush. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and kind of draw where the eyes should be. Now here's like that, where that kind of eye socket part comes from, that hyper realistic. We'll get that eye in there. Anime noses are so hard! Yeah, anime noses are really hard. Yeah, the whole head itself is kind of difficult. And at this point, too, we're adding a little bit more of a semi-realistic head. So, I feel like the first one was a little bit easier, to be honest. But just trying to slowly move shapes around. Not keep anything final yet. Keep hitting the wrong button. Okay. But we still have to follow those rules of thirds. But it's interesting. Okay, kind of just put a little smile line in there. Let's also take a look at what I'm working on as well. We don't want to sway our style too much. Let's go ahead and save this, and then let me pull up Chun-Li's head. There's a lot of takes on her. Here we go. Okay. So what we're gonna do with this one too is let's actually need to do a little bit more of a round shape. I'm just looking at my reference. Back here, I'll drag this. Best reference is 3D in my opinion. But see, her eyes are still flat. They're not sockets. They're still flat, but it's just kind of shaped differently. Now this isn't the best anime head, but just to get a general sense of reference is pretty decent. We can use it. Let's actually go ahead, delete higher, delete lower. There we go. Yep. Sense of that head shape. It's gonna look funky for a while. Yeah, still got that. Cool. All right. Go. I find the ones with the actual noses to be a little bit more difficult. Where the simple pointy nose, I don't know. I found that to be a little bit more intriguing. But with this style, kind of the hyper-realistic, we definitely need to lean it a little bit more towards real anatomy. So we need to get some key points in there. It's just interesting how, like, there's a few different ways of doing an anime statue. Is this going to be a portfolio piece? If I get it the way I want it to in my head, then yes. I have a few ideas with the Street Fighter project we're working on. So yeah, I definitely think it might be a portfolio piece, but it depends. It depends on how well it comes out. That's usually the goal with most of my projects. But I've been getting a few more commissions lately, and because of that, I've kind of been wanting to see if I can use those as portfolio pieces over everything else. But this one in particular, I haven't seen a statue from Street Fighter like this. So I'm hopeful that I can make it a portfolio piece. There we go. Trying to get this nice little back in shape right here. Just tucking this jaw back in. There we go. All right, this is version 2. All right. Now the cheeks are a little bit too big for this style. So we're gonna need to actually taper this down. So we can actually use Trim Dynamic and clean this up. That's what's pretty interesting about like traditional anime look versus hyper-realistic anime look. You still kind of need that shape, but it all has to fit. Of course, too, we're just doing a female head. Haven't even gotten to male heads. Although I want to do another Saitama. Oh, that potato head is just adorable. Working on a new project this time, just a prop. It's going to be way more chill for me this time. Hell yeah. I feel like props are going to be easy for you, Martin, because you've already done environments which has to have a lot of props in it. That's my opinion. There we go. Nice and smooth. I'm slightly keeping it down, but I want that shape to maintain itself. Keeping those planes are important. Those plane changes. What's the difference between a pinch and a dam standard? Oh, good question. So, a dam standard is actually mainly used for carving end lines. So standard is actually set to subtract. And if you take a look at the alpha that's over here on the left-hand side, it's literally just a dot that's faded out. So with the dam standard, it actually is meant to carve in lines that then kind of fade out. Whereas the pinch brush is actually designed to gather up the materials and start lightly, slowly over time, creating a nice sharp edge. Now, while they are both slightly different from each other, they actually can be used in conjunction with each other. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. So if you take the dam standard and actually hold Alt to create a positive cut line, or a positive line, you can then use the pinch to go in and actually tighten that line up. So dam standard by itself, add the pinch, and now that really sharpens that up, giving you a nice solid edge to work with. So they're slightly different. Also, the pinch doesn't have an alpha attached to it, so it's just gathering the geo and bringing it together, where the dam standard is actually manipulating the geo with that alpha. So slight differences, almost minuscule, because you can use the dam standard by itself to create those nice edges if you would like. So you could just hold Alt and then press 1 a bunch of times. But you can see here how it flares out, where with the pinch, if you just do, say if we just do one line and then do it a bunch of times, it's actually creating a similar shape, but it doesn't flare out as much. You take a look at the difference. The dam standard really flares out, where the pinch is just trying to bring it together. So thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, no problem. Hey, Ian, been a while. How are you? Hey, Joy, how you doing? Yeah, it's been a little bit. Absolutely. Hell yeah, Chung Li. Yeah, so we have the main base mesh and stuff built, so just trying to get a decent head shape that we can work with and then bring the character to life. So yeah, we sculpted Chung Li and Vega last week. Loosely, they're still blockouts, but then we're going to start putting them together. But yeah, I definitely need the head shape for this. The difficult thing about environments is not to abandon it because the lack of motivation. Imagine you see that concept art where you need to model 15 more props after you already modeled 20. Yeah, especially if you get bored of the theme. I totally get it. I don't know how you do it, man. But that's what I mean. That's why I said I think prop sculpting will be a lot easier for you, or prop modeling, because you don't have to worry about all those things. It's just the one thing. I think you're gonna have a great time. All right, let's kind of push in the eye a little bit. It's a bit. We're not going full realism here, just enough. Okay. And this will be a base mesh for other projects as well, so let's use the pinch brush and actually create a ridge for that eyebrow to be right there. And that should taper back this way. IR, what do you think Forger 3D to start? Wait, what do you think of Forger 3D to start? Question from Alien Blue. I think you missed it. Oh, Forger 3D. I actually I've never used it, so I don't know. Let me take a look at it real quick. I think that's a sculpting app, isn't it? It is a sculptor app. I actually think any app that you can, any program you can use to start sculpting, use it. It doesn't matter if it's on the iPhone, on the Android, on a computer. I say just use it and play around with it. I've never personally used Forger 3D. I have used Nomad. I think it's Nomad. I've used that, and that's kind of cool. I paid $15 for that one. It's pretty neat. But if you just want to start sculpting, pick anything, Blender, Forger, and just give it a go and see if you like the program itself. But and then just try to move up from there. You can only do so much on the iPad and the iPhone. While they are getting better, I feel like the hardware is limiting. So if it's something that you end up liking, I would definitely move it towards working on a computer. But to just start out, I think anything you can get your hands on, definitely do it. Thanks for that advice, Martin. Also, don't mind me. My ultimate goal is to make a game, so I'm receptive to every kind of art tech. And that'll cause me to learn up over time. Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Hey, no problem, Alien. And welcome in, by the way. For me, I got started with Zbrush. Actually, I got started with Sculptress, which was a standalone before Zbrush. And yeah, it worked out really, really well. So I was really happy about that. And then I moved to Zbrush ultimately. But that's just because I love Zbrush UI and it works for me. Blender is great too. I would definitely recommend using that if you want to try to get stuff on, get going for free. All right, so we got Stream Rados. Real quick, I wanted to make a game too, but I can tell you that finishing it and not abandoning it will be your biggest issue you have to fight against. Absolutely. It's not the programming and not the modeling. It is a lack of motivation. Absolutely. And to speak on that more, actually, while we play Stream Raiders, I would say the thing to do is work on stuff that you are passionate about. So if you love anime, like I love anime, sculpt anime. If you love, like, it doesn't matter, like, just the thing that you want to try to do, get in there and start with the things that you love. Start small, but then work your way up. So it's definitely 3D modeling in general can be time consuming and very boring. So That's why for me sculpting works, because it's just something that I'm passionate about, and then everything I sculpt I'm passionate about too. So, but yeah, boredom happens to us all. Yeah, for sure, Martin. Only qualm is I have to learn how to do so much and stubbornly. I want to do it myself so I experience it and know the workflow. Yeah. Hyper focused! Hey, alright, we did it, we did it. Alright, we have Emmy the Geek and Witch Cat Crochet. I think that applies to everything. I think it really does. You know what? I mean, to be completely fair and honest, I think that does apply to everything. You know, if you want to do something, it's easy to get distracted. Case in point, I've been slowly learning the Japanese language because I love watching anime and I would like to watch it without subtitles one day. But I will easily say, ooh, let's do one more. Let's go to this question mark and then we'll kick up. But I'll easily say it's easy to get distracted, you know? And so I just, you know, I've abandoned it quite a few times actually. And I kind of want to get back on that train of learning it. So yeah, it's finding something that you're passionate about and motivating about. So, and then just doing it too. I think that's half the battle, is just getting in and doing it. For me, that's always been the deciding factor on if something sticks for me, is that if I just dive in and give it a shot. So I would say that would definitely apply to everything. Also, hi Sanchez, how are you? All right. Let's go ahead and carve in a little area right here. Maybe go back a little bit. There we go. Oh, hi, Ian. Oh, hi, Mar. Right? What's happening? Alright, so same thing with anime. Like I was saying earlier with the eyes, is that the eyes aren't sockets. They're flat. Even with some of these hyper-realistic statues, for production purposes, they are flat, not sockets. So it will behoove us at this point to create the eye and the effect of it without actually creating the socket. So that's something to note. And then also too, softening and smoothing things out. Hey! All right. Let's go ahead and turn this up a little bit. There we go. There we go, nice and smooth. And we're also going to go ahead and kind of take the shape right here. Like that. Hey, what's going on? Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Just sculpting away. All right. All right. So hopefully this is making sense for you guys, and let me know if you guys have any questions. Really just been playing around more with this, and I'm super happy that to be sharing this with you guys. There we go. And we're also going to kind of pull this out just a little bit. Again, we're still looking for this kind of V shape happening. Really need to take the clip curve brush off. I'm printing Darth Grogu and then Vegeta from your Patreon. Yay! Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being a Patreon member. That means a lot. We have a lot more projects going that I'm going to be throwing in there very, very soon. I'm actually going through some of my old stuff that I never really released, but might think would be enjoyable to print. So definitely going to be throwing stuff on there. And enjoy that Vegeta. He comes in naturally at 1 foot tall, so he's a big boy. So enjoy that piece. You can scale him down if you need to. You can scale him down to about... this is a little hard to see because he's white. He's a white resin right now, but you can go about 4.5 to 5 inches tall. So although he is a foot normally, you can scale him down, and he prints pretty well. So that works out. Sorry for all the brush questions. Please do not. Saw you using the trim dynamic before. What's the difference between that and flatten? From Stevie Buns. I think you missed that. Thank you so much. I did miss that. So trim dynamic versus flatten. A lot of times there's just subtle differences between the two. So with trim dynamic, okay. So with trim dynamic, it does exactly that. It basically just trims a nice flat plane. But it has, if I understand it right, it has a nice soft edge to it. So as I go ahead and do this, it kind of, over time as you sculpt around, as you see here, it kind of blends itself in. Where flatten just kind of does exactly what it says it does. It just flattens. So we take the, where is that brush? 1 second. I have so much happening here. Flatten just does that. It just flattens. Now, while you can also blend that, it's more geared to just flattening. And if you take a look right up here at the stroke, it's on the top left, that's a good indicator of what that brush does. This is your typical draw brush. So you have stuff like, let's go minimize that. You have dots, graphics, freehand, color spray, and then drag dot. The first one is like what your standard brush has. It's just a standard drawing feature. But if you look at trim dynamic, it actually has the freehand, and it's a slightly softer alpha. So it's just made to basically flatten out and blend within itself. So flatten is more of a harsher brush. Trim dynamic would be just a softer approach. So hopefully that's helpful. A lot of times, I would say all of these brushes that are in here, you can get away with just using 5, but a good chunk of these are just different variations of itself. So anytime you have like polish, planar, trim dynamic, trim adaptive, flatten, those are all brushes designed to flatten and trim away material, but they're all just slightly different from each other. So when you see a cluster of brushes like that, try them out, see which one works for you. But trim dynamic is one that kind of blends within itself, and I use that more so than anything else. Thank you, Martin, by the way. I am missing questions today. I'm not on it. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Awesome, thanks. Hey, no problem, Stevie Buns. No problem at all. All right. So, let's get back into fixing some of these eyes real quick. The other thing you want to watch out for, too, is stuff like this. How it's kind of like flared up a little bit. So we do kind of want to push this in using the move brush. And then soften that out just a little bit. That way it has a nice fall off, but still gives us that anime look. And thank you guys for the questions. I'm sorry I'm missing them today. Heads usually get my most attention when I'm sculpting, because I will be honest, heads are my Achilles heel. And if I don't pay attention to the head I'm sculpting, I tend to fumble it quite a bit. So, heads are characters on their own, and they take just a good amount of time to kind of come in and make sure that they work. And the other thing too to notice with these brushes is most of them have alphas turned off. You can always come in here at any time and add a different alpha. So for example, I'll give you, if we really just crank this up, so trim dynamic, see this has this, let's say we get a different material here real quick so you guys can see a little bit better. Let's go something like that. So trim dynamic has that nice harsh edge. If you like this brush but don't like the harshness of it, put on a different alpha, something like alpha 6, and now you can take a look at how that fall off affects that. So this was without the alpha, this is with the alpha, and that right there can help it. Or if you want a sharper edge, put on alpha, where is it, 28, and you could even have a different type of softness or fall off to it. So when in doubt, throw an alpha on it, see what it does, see if that helps you. I also struggle with heads when I model. What about tails? I know, they're very tricky shapes. Heads are very hard. I think heads in general are hard for most people. I think the thing to remember is just when you approach it, how you want to go about it, how you want to take a look, and it's just make a change and then take a look and see if that change worked. And if it doesn't work, then go back and then try again, see what happens. Yeah, I think it's just literally a matter of trial and error and then finding out what works for you. And don't worry, Tails is never left alone. Yep. All right. There we go. Just kind of smooth that down. Also, what I do appreciate about anime heads when they have the sockets that are flat, it makes it easier to paint because it gives you a nice flat surface to work on instead of having to worry about an actual pupil and the roundness of it. It's just nice and flat and it just works. And actually, we will kick on a planar brush right here just to see if we can get a different result. We're gonna mask this area real quick. Just kind of see if that works. Not always. There we go. Just nice and loosey. See, it still left a pretty harsh line, so don't like that. Yeah, heads are also the most important thing. That's the first part where you look at a character. Should be, yeah. Wow, that Darth Grogu is badass. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I was inspired by Max Davenport, an amazing concept artist for Gearbox games. Really cool guy. He designed it, and then I went ahead and sculpted it. So it was a lot of fun. Okay. Today I'm starting from scratch, learning to animate in 3D with the bouncy ball. Awesome. After reprint his body, I dropped it and half his collar snapped off. No! Damn resin. Yep. But it's fine, I have other things I want to print anyway. Well, there you go. Okay. Now, with Chun-Li from Street Fighter 2, the animated series. Oh, Pinky and the Brain. Yay! Yes, you have to do that. I want to see you print them. Chun-Li from Pinky and the Chun-Li from Pinky and the Brain. Chun-Li from Street Fighter. Don't mind me. Anyway, hold on a second. The animated movie. My bad. Warner Brothers versus Capcom. Do it! Yeah! The thing is that while she's anime, it's kind of that cheated anime a little bit. And so we need to reference a good chunk of that. So let's load up our Chun-Li one. And we need to add in a few more references. So we need to add in, especially her screaming face. Like, let's see if we can get a good look on that. But you can see here, we take a look, that it's very little detail within the nose, but she does have good furrow eyebrows, but it's very soft, and the shadows you want to pay attention to are actually right here. That gives you the correct plane change within her face that's going to make her face what her face is. So we want to pay attention to that. So we need to really pay close attention to those markings and get that face looking right. I need to see if I can get her screaming. Damn you, brother. Anyway. Here we go. Okay, right here. Oh, come on. I don't want the GIF. I don't want a GIF file. Okay, what happens if I just grab it? There we go. Okay, just gives me the thumbnail. Perfect. That's cool to know. PureRev will give you just the thumbnail of that GIF file if you just grab and drag it. So, good to know. And that's actually, this is the scene that we're replicating. Actually, I want to see something. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm going to screen grab this. Right there. Save that. Put that on my desktop. Say save. Oh, good old PureRef. Yep. All right. So that's the reference we really need to pay attention to. Such a great fucking movie. Okay. So let's go ahead and load that file up real quick. We can minimize that. Let's grab here. Have you printed some of your characters lately? What have I printed lately? I haven't. No, I haven't. I just test printed some of the articulation stuff I was doing. That was still giving me a bit of problems. Okay, cool. But no, I haven't printed anything lately of mine. I'm actually trying to get my FDM printer back up and running because I took a print job for a friend of mine, and it's getting me difficulties. Oh, painted. I thought it said printed. I can't read either. No, I haven't painted anything lately either. Just the Todoroki, it was the last one. I have a Vegeta that needs to get sanded and painted as a gift, but no, I haven't painted. Sorry, I like half read that. That's my bad. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and leave this right here. So with the mouth with anime, I find it very interesting to add the mouth when I need it. So again, a lot of my base meshes are very simplified. But no, I haven't painted anything lately. Unless you count digital painting. Now, I did paint Jabba the Hutt last night, part of a sculpt-off. Does digital painting count? It's kind of the same process, it's just I don't have to wait for it to dry. Does that work? I'd be concerned about wet sanding and doing another coat because it probably removes some detail. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to remove some detail. Although surprisingly, sanding brings out a lot of detail. I mean, and painting in general, it brings out. So while you sand it down, you may look like you've lost detail. As soon as you paint it, it pops again. But you will lose some detail. I think you lose about 5% in the sanding process. And that's if you go heavy. You lose a lot of detail when printing. You lose about, I'd say on average, about 8 to 10% just printing it, you'll lose detail. And then you'll lose some detail in the post-process of clean up the supports. So, but paint usually brings things back, especially FDM. I remember sanding for days thinking I got rid of layer lines, and then I painted it, and all the layer lines showed up again. Resin's different though. Yeah. I'll be concerned. Let's see. It'll be a challenge because it's going to be able to first print. I've painted. Nice. Bought loads of paints for my airbrush and some more paints. Nice. When I primed a light coat of white on his face, it brought out more detail, but it's very light coat I use with a brush. Might airbrushing a coat on instead. Yeah, I would airbrush. Airbrush is way, 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 way cooler. Anyway, and it looks good. Okay. All right. So now that we're focused here, we're actually going to go ahead and save this out. And notice her nose too. This is super important to remember. And we actually might fix that for her head. But her nose actually has almost 0 nostrils. And that shadow indicates that. So we're going to, when we move this over to Chun-Li, actually we're just going to sculpt Chun-Li's face right now. We're going to note that. So first let's save this. And this is Anime Base Mesh 2. So this will give us that. And then what we're going to do is actually come in here, drop this resolution down. And we're going to make this an anime version 3 with a nose like that. So this nose will be a little bit more squared off and no nostril. And we'll pinch that area. I didn't realize the Vallejo airbrush primer is really for an airbrush. Oh, I didn't know that either. So I have to admit, with a red resin, it almost... It's just keep his face, hands, and feet unpainted. Does it look very Sith with the black paint? Nice. Ooh, you have to send pictures. Post some pictures on the Discord. I'd love to see it. And if he had, then I'll have to go look. It's been a busy couple days. Okay, so right here, let's go ahead and move this nose up a little bit. And then we're going to kind of soften it by smoothing it down. So I pinched it, but now we're just going to kind of soften it a little bit. Hey, when I was thinking of a fight scene, I was thinking Spider-Man, McFarlane, Lizard fight, not John Woo. Oh, interesting. I'll take pins when I get a chance. Some bits are down the garage. Oh, no worries. Yeah, you want them to dry in the garage, but I won't get them to reprime and paint until this weekend. No worries, no worries. You don't have to do it now, but do it now. But you don't have to do it now. Okay. There we go. I defo recommend giving the red resin a go. It's quite nice. Nice. Yeah, so I'm going to have to, when I order more resin, there's 2 resins I want to get. That kind of milky, creamy resin that everybody's been using. I really want to get that going. And then that red resin looks really nice. That red resin looks really, really nice, I have to admit. Okay. I'm going to put just a little bit of a, like, kind of bulbous area right up here. There we go. Let's smooth that down. Okay, we're going to go ahead and save this, and we'll call this 3. That way we have a few different heads, and we don't have to keep resculpting the same thing over and over again. Then what we are going to want to do is kind of move this down. So I want this transition right there. So we're going to make sure that we do that and keep this kind of almost diamond shaped here. I'm back and I just made some curry. Ooh, I haven't had curry in forever. And I was actually at the at an Asian market the other day and I bought some curry seasoning. I should really make some. I need to go look up a tutorial on how to paint a Yoda. Figured out the layering and skin tone. Nice. What'd you lose? No, you didn't lose much. We're just still making some heads, and then when I get back from my break, which will be taking place in about 5 minutes or so, we'll start putting Chun-Li's details in and start finalizing some of these characters. But we're all good. We're getting ready for our first break. For our only break. There we go. Just made a few variations of the head. And at first I was thinking about making a female head and then a male head, but then I realized they're really easy to just use for whatever you need, so I'm not worried about any of that at the moment. Now if we look right here, she has some pretty deep eye sockets. So we're gonna bring that out a little bit. And then we're going to take the damn standard and we're going to make sure that we cut in where some of those should be. Especially since we're making her angry. So we need to make sure that that's there. Already almost 3 hours? Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Man, you have to try curry with coconut milk. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, his printer needs to reprint his jacket, but yeah, turned out great from the Mars. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Clothes always look so painful to make and print. Oh yes, clothes are a special type of evil. Yeah, the biggest pain in the butt with clothing is making sure it meets that minimum requirement for printing, which usually needs to at least be like 1 millimeter or 2 thick to print without any holes. And 1 millimeter is pretty damn small, so yeah, definitely can be problematic. Go. Get some of that furrowed eyebrow action happening, because that's what we're going with this. Let's go ahead and save this now out as something different. So ZBrush work. Let's go ZBrush work. Vega versus Chun-Li. Chun-Li, we'll call this the Chun-Li head. Oop. Nice. Oh, that sounds so good. I want curry now. Okay. I'm going to use the trim dynamic just to give her eyebrow a little bit of flatness. We are working with a low subdivision level, so we can kick this up at this point just to start getting in some of this detail. We also want to make sure that these eyes and eyebrows do what we need to do. There we go. I'm not going to do too much with the eyes because I may want to look up closed anime eyes because she's screaming. I would imagine her eyes are closed, not open. So we're not going to do much more to the eyes themselves, but we are going to start prepping her mouth to be open. So with anime mouths, screaming mouth, they're massive. So we can actually... start cutting away at this and give a sense of where that should be. And what I might do is actually lower subdivision. I think we'll delete lower on this one. Reverse this. Tap that right there. And we're going to make an eye, pretty much like a mouth bag at this point. There we go. We might zero mesh too, depending on what kind of breakage we get. Actually cut right there a little bit more. Yeah, that might work. Touch right there, and then let's go ahead and bring this in. There we go. I'm gonna do a light smooth. Yeah, that's already looking pretty good. Now what we can do as well is just quickly kind of adjust the mouth to be open a little bit more. Kind of get that going like that. Now it's gonna look weird for a little bit, but that's okay. All right, guys. So what we're gonna do is oh yeah, no issues printing Grogu because he was keyed so well. Nice. Just broke off his body because I dropped him on the stone floor. Yeah. I've not been to Japan. One day I hope to go. I've had amazing udon though. Ooh. Japanese restaurant in Vancouver. It was so weird that it was served with dancing fish flakes. Like your dish looked alive. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that. They always have that nice little aesthetic feel to it. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go to Stream Raiders, and then we're going to take a little lunch break, about 20 to 30 minutes on average, just so I can get something to eat. And then we'll be back, and then we'll start finalizing her head, and then get her on the body, start working on some of Chun-Li's more details, and then start posing and figuring out what we want to do from there, and then getting her shirt all torn to shit, because she's practically naked in this scene, so we'll have fun. So I'm out for the day, but I wish everyone an amazing day. Have an amazing stream, man. I'll see you later tomorrow. Yes. Take care, buddy. Martin, always a pleasure, my friend, and thank you so much. You're such a great mod, dude. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you. And go apply to some jobs. Hashtag not pushing. Slightly pushing. All right, guys, let's do it. All right. Start murdering. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I want to eat so much food from Japan. Let's start learning the language together. Let's do it. Come on, a couple more. TWC Blank is just murdering and assisting his own murder. So he's assisting and murdering. Huh? That's a joke. But look at him. 5 assists, 16 kills. Yeah. Good job, dude. Alright, good job, guys. Good job. We got Little Oddity Games, Angry Monday, J Crew. I see you lurking in there. I know, I see him too. Alright, guys, so we're going to go ahead and take our break, and then when we get back, like I said, we will be doing more Chun-Li sculpting. So, more is to come, I promise. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright, we'll be right back. Hold on, I'll make sure to start the next Stream Raider. Hold on. I'll start it. It's a boss fight. It's a boss one. Good indication of time too. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Dropping it like it's hot. There you go, guys. There you go. Yeah, I'm lurking hardcore trying to dust up. Nice, nice. All right, official break time. We're back. We're back. We'll be back. Hello, people. We're back. Let's burn something. And Stream Raiders. Let's do it. Boss battle time, guys. I'm just gonna get straight into there. So we got stuff to do. Welcome back. Hey, Angry. How you doing, buddy? Ooh, look at this. Nice and slow. 30 allies, 30 enemies. What are we doing? Hey, hey. What's going on, Inspire? Come on. We can do better, J. Crew. Killing people. Angry Money with the most kills. Or death. Yep. Hey, Nextox. How you doing, buddy? That is the first. Indeed. Good for you. Okay, we've been battling for so long that the music started over. Not bad. Eating a sandwich. Nice, man. Nice. There we go. There we go. All right. And the winner, TWZ Blank. There you go. There you go. And did not last long. That's okay. You did it. I ended up with the most kills somehow. Hey, I'll take it. All right. That's map. That's that map. Let's move on to another. Get some gold. All right. Ooh, we need to level up some stuff. I got a pumpkin mage. Templar. Upgrade that guy. My berserker needs to be upgraded. There we go. All right. Let's go back. Let's go back to the campaign and let's see here. Chest on top. Mystery in the bottom. Ooh, a gold loyalty. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Got the wrong thing. All right. It's a level 1. So we're just going to go ahead and 41 minutes for that. Let's put my mage down. And let's see what happens. All right, guys. So if you are coming in new to the stream, or you've been with us, we're working on Chun-Li. So let's get to it. Basically, we're going to need a screaming Chun-Li. That's how that has to happen. So we're kind of working on getting the face put in there, and then we're going to add it onto our body that we did last week. And then from there, start getting it put together. So let's do it. I think what I'm going to want to do is actually Z-remesh this, get a little bit better geo. So let's see how that works. Let's put my glove back on. That's it. How's everybody's day going? Hopefully well. Boop. There we go. There we go. I may have to get another one of these. I think I've put hours upon hours into this club. I may have to see about getting another one soon. I've broken this sucker in for sure. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and Z-remesh it. So let's kick it up to its highest level. Delete lower. Let's go ahead and duplicate the head. I'm going to go ahead and solo that out. Actually, before we solo anything out, let's actually merge down. Say, yep, we can do that. There we go. Kind of subdivided a couple more times. Smooth that out, and then we'll go ahead and Z-remesh. So before Z-remeshing, what we'll do is we'll hit X, turn off symmetry, go into the cogwheel, remesh by union. We've done that trick once before. Invalid. Subdivision levels. Delete lower. Let's try it one more time. You can't do that with subdivisions, so remesh by union. There we go. There we go. We can take a look, see how the stitching is playing, which, not too bad. By union. All right. Go ahead, delete this one. Let's duplicate this one. And now let's go ahead and Z-remesh. Let's start with 10. Let's see what we got. Your lack of care is irrelevant. You still get my condolences, and you'll have to live with it. Well, there you go. And that's all that matters. That is all that is said. How's work next, Nox? I know you're eating a sandwich, but how is work? All right. Now that we have that there, let's go ahead and come here, remesh by union. There we go. Kind of stitches that together the way we like. Once we're happy with that, which that's pretty simple, we accept that. And then we go ahead and repeat our Z-remesh to make it official. And it's easy to do. Turning on symmetry again, kind of smoothing down some of these areas. Make sure they're connected and watertight. There you go. And then at that point, we just come ahead and we Z-remesh. So simple. All right. It's okay to be loved, brother. It's okay to be loved. All right. Now, in order to make a screaming face, the screaming face that we really, really need it to be, go ahead and soften this up. We're going to open that jaw just a bit. There we go. There we go. Slowish, modifying someone else's model to make it work. Pretty mindless. Oh. Oh, yeah. So a typical day at the office for you. Gotcha, gotcha. There we go. So creating kind of a mouth bag shape here. And trying to get the right angles and stuff like that. And then we'll kind of smooth that down just a little bit. That's why I like having my base meshes so light, is that I feel like I can easily manipulate that face to do whatever it is I need it to do. So we're going to go ahead and leave that here as such for now. And let's get the rest of her character built and go from there. There we go. So let's go ahead and save this out as the Chun-Li head. Yeah, trying to get out of the way, but I don't know that there is much beyond it. Ooh. Yeah, so a balancing act. Yeah, for sure. Sounds like it, dude. Well, hang in there, man. Hang in there. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do is load in the blockout that we have of Chun-Li, which is this guy right here. Okay, so for this model in particular, this was just for scale reference and just kind of a quick update of what we have done. So you can kind of see where we left off, but Chun-Li itself here is We had the block-in character, but now we're going to go ahead and replace her head with a new head that we built. So let's go ahead and grab that color. Let's take this character and let's go ahead and delete him. We don't need him at this moment in time. So we can go ahead and just hit delete. Let's go save as, and we'll call this blockout 3. Now we're starting to get the main head in there. There we go. Rearranging my office last week and liking it so much better already. Oh, nice. Your home office or your work office? Okay. As you can see here, I was kind of going with a traditional stylized head at first, and that's not a bad head, but it's not what we're looking for. So we're going to go ahead and actually delete the face. Let's go ahead and now insert. So if we come here, we got this one. We're going to go ahead and copy this. Come here, we're just going to paste. Boop. And it's a pretty big head. Send this in the center. Scale this down. And now we're going to kind of tweak it a little bit to fit our needs. And let's real quick duplicate this real fast. Let's see how many heads tall this is before we confirm it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heads tall. So, not too bad. Let's go ahead and confirm that color. There we go. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get that home office rearranged. No, that's nice. Okay. Now we're gonna go ahead and tweak the rest of her anatomy to match the head. Scale it up just a bit. Actually, drop that down a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at her character itself, and she has pretty wide shoulders, so that's not too terrible. Go ahead and finish getting her neck taken care of. There we go. Kind of tuck that in underneath. There we go. All right, perfect. Now our hair placement itself is a little off, so we're going to go ahead and adjust that as well. And we're going to bring in Inspire's hairbrush here in a minute to get some of these strands in place. There you go. Go and scale that up, bring that over. Let's get rid of these real quick. Okay, perfect. We can use this cap now to kind of frame the rest of her head, as that all looks kind of weird at the moment. Inspire. Nice. So, starting with the posed face, obviously, because she'll be like this. So, there's a little star right there. I was like, what is that? We're down the middle of the body. That looks weird. Anyway, she'll be like this for the most part. So she'll have her arms out and she'll be kicking. And so we definitely have a lot to do with that pose itself. But let's get that hairbrush in here. So let's go ahead and save it. Number 3. Trying to make the body for Leia. And I'm not liking anything so far on my second try. Ooh, interesting. What style are you going for? Are you going for stylized, or are you taking it a little bit further? Stylized, nice. Very nice. All right, let's make sure we have the right version. All right, my friend. So that is the version I have. V2. Post her head in Discord. Oh, did you now? Oh, okay, nice. Oh, that is pretty. Nice. Should say V2 at the end. It does. Yes, indeed, it does. Now it says V2_1 because I downloaded it again just to make sure I had the right version. And I do. Let's go ahead and just stick that in my Zbrush. My Zbrush folder. And now Sculpt Brush is Inspire Brush. Yep. All right. Hello there. Hello, Zbrush. How are you doing? So we're going to go ahead and actually load that brush in. So we're going to go ahead and hit load brush. Now it's in the work drive. So I have this actually saved under your own version, dude. Nice. We got some hair chunks. Of course, you can't do it on a subdivided. You can't do it on a subdivided. But you can do that. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. We're just gonna do the simple B style. So I have this guy right here. Let's go ahead and split unmasked. Let's go ahead color. Let's fill that color with brown. So the beauty part about this brush of his is that should be able to go. So the blue is facing this way. So if I go to bend curve, it's actually taking the dots the opposite way. So what we want to make sure is that the red arrow is facing the right direction. So what we'll do is let's take the screen, hold Alt, turn this around. So that's about 90 degrees so that the red arrow is facing the way we want to bend it. Let's go ahead and rotate that around. And now we'll go into our bend curve. And now right here we have the dots, one on each end, which is perfect. Go ahead and pull a couple dots with a cone here. Actually, let's go ahead and just string this down. Now let's go ahead and add a couple more in. Let's add this one here. Nice. Now, I could also adjust the strokes. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and actually, let's just use this for a placeholder. Let's go to our stroke modifiers. Not curve. Where is it? It's curve modifiers. No, I don't want a curve mode. Modifiers. Is that where I want it? Or is it under brush? I think it's under brush, curve. There we go. It's always in two spots. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and actually bring that off here. Let's go ahead and adjust this. So this should give me... Oh, okay. Hold on. You actually do want curve modifiers on. I lied to you all. Hold on. Okay. You'll need the curve modifier on. You just have it dragged out right now. Curve modifier. There we go. Because I want this function to be here. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on one second. I didn't even think to check this real quick. Under modifiers, try parts. Weld points, stretch. Curve resolution up. Why is this working that way? Hold on one second. I was trying just to taper the stroke. Oh yeah, it won't work that way. You're trying to scale the tip to do the bend curve. Yeah, it won't work that way. Hey, welcome back, Tom. Well, you know what? Hold that thought. Let's go ahead and solve this out. Okay. Because this is what I'm trying to do. Interesting, it won't work that way. Yeah, let's do something real quick. Let's go ahead and just save this real quick. I think we can do something with it. Now I'm really gonna be tweaking the shit out of this. Hold on one second. Okay. Go into bin curve. Yeah, one second. I'm actually gonna create a new, something new. Hold on one second. I need this out the way. We're actually gonna go ahead, go to brush real quick. Load brush. Come on. I put it. Okay, let's go B2. What's up, dude? For hairbrush, just draw it out like you need 3 parts with gaps in between. So, what I'm trying to do... It's going pretty good, man. Okay. One second. I'm just going to try something different. Don't mind me. I'm just playing now. I'm going to go ahead and delete this one. Okay. Send that home for a second. Okay. What I'm going to do is actually just want to see something. And I'm not going to be messing with your brush. Reinsert, say new. And from here, I'm going to go stroke, turn on curve mode. And then from here, I want weld points, try parts turns off. I definitely want this there. Okay. Draw down 3 parts, you need gaps between them. Yes, but real quick. How's it going, Big J Customs? Interesting. Okay. So let's just go ahead and play with it as is. It's weird that you're not allowed to change the taper of it, though. Pretty sure you could do that. And you can't do that under... Unless... Let's angle it this way. Let's grab here. Oh, yeah, I need to set that back. Leave that alone. Let's turn curve mode off. Yeah, we'll just pull it out. Okay. We'll just deal with the one. Well, it's acting as an IMM. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it is an IMM. You could give it curve properties, but it's almost not necessary at this point. It's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and factor in to do a few different things. Split unmasked. That's what we could do. 2 here, I believe. Let's see. I could just delete loops really easily. And actually just kind of taper that end if I wanted to. Grab this end. Kind of taper that. Set that back in the middle. And then we can go ahead and just use the bend curve. The bend curve is the most important part at this point. Because we want this. Just finished Mandalorian. Can't believe... Nice. I love it. Can't believe Chewbacca's Grogu's father. It goes just getting ready to paint some pop figures. Pops, I figured, see what you were working on. Yeah, working on some Chong-Li stuff. You can do the taper with the bend curve. Yeah, you could. It might make it a little bit more useful, and this isn't an attack on your brush whatsoever. Might be more useful at this point to have it act a little bit more like a curve brush. Get that taper and then add the bend curves. I don't know, it might be worth just playing with. Because yeah, you can taper it. I can turn around and scale it. But just playing around with it. Don't do that. Okay. Yeah, see, once you break this. So from here, let's actually just go ahead and Control Shift. Yeah, I'm gonna scale that down a little bit. Just playing with it a little bit more aggressively than when I stepped in. Played with it for a brief moment the other day. Really see it working the best of its ability. But I like the fact that you made it so that we can use bend curve instead of just kind of snaking it around. That got kind of annoying. So it's definitely an improvement. Now we can go back. Oops. Now we can go back into bend curve and mess with it further. We can actually increase the amount of points. we go. Was the challenge yesterday where you made Chewbacca? Yes. Yeah, that was the challenge yesterday. Jabba. Did I say Chewbacca? It's because of this guy. You're messing me up, buddy. Yes, that was the speed sculpt challenge I did yesterday. And yeah, 3 hours. Got it in there. Got it in there in the nick of time. Yeah. Okay. All this is temporary hair at this moment. As I just kind of want to get a feel for what's going on with it. Let's add in another. You can rotate that just a bit. Okay, that sounds good. We're actually going to accept this as is. And I will just be taking the move brush at this point and kind of just placing that over there just for a second. Get that just kind of out the way and see how I'm going to want her hair to move forward. Her hair is pretty sharp, so I may go with a smaller setting, but yeah, let's group this together. Gonna merge down, say okay, merge down, say okay. It was a 3-hour challenge? Yeah, it was a 3-hour challenge. It was held by Spicer, Pixelogic streamer, toy maker, over at the Spicer Dojo in his Discord. Really cool guy. Love hanging out with him. And basically the challenge is to get people a little bit more abreast with the 3-hour Sculpt Off challenge that Pixelogic helped. Okay, so Inspire. The only issue that I really see with the brush is these groups on the inside are breaking with the, they break a little bit with the bend curve. So I'll have to take a look at, maybe that's my fault. I'll have to take a look at it and play a little bit more. But that's the only issue I see, using it a little bit aggressive today. Yesterday, I just turned it on, bent it, it looked good, but I'd say it's a little bit, although here, if we take a look at this one, for example, this one didn't break nearly as much. And that could just be the lack. I also edited the loops, so I really crushed it. So, like I said, I think that might be my fault, but ultimately, it acts appropriately with the curve, with the bend curve, so. Good job there, dude. Let's go ahead and go to Stream Raiders, and then I'll actually tweak the brush a little bit to see if I can get it functioning a little bit more how I want it to function. But ultimately, it's doing its job, and that's awesome. There shouldn't be an inside. There kind of was. Yeah, not quite sure why. I also deleted loops, though. I really changed the geometry to get a different feel. So part of that might be my fault. Is that a custom brush? Yes. So with Zbrush, I'll go back here real quick. There is a known brush called the it's the Macon hairbrush, and then this is the DE version hairbrush of that. And then Inspire edited it to be a little bit more bend curve appropriate. So it's a custom brush that's been modified a few times, and he's trying to manipulate it a little bit more to work with the bend curve because it'll just be that much better. So, so I'm playing with it now. Her mouth is tripping you out. Yeah, just wait till there's teeth and a tongue in there. It'll look a little bit better. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Nice, nice. Get it, get it. It's only a few more enemies. I need to heal people. I got 3 assists. That's nice. 4 assists. 3 assists. And we got 4. Yay! There we go, there we go, there we go. I got my quest. It's done. Nice! Little Oddity Games, Emmy and Witchcat. Good job, good job, good job. I'm gonna go to my quests real quick. Collect my healing. Give me a new one, hopefully. Nope, not today. Alright, let's go back. And let's go here. Oh, look at me, Pro Raider. Yeah, you are. Alright, 8 minutes left. So I'll be able to drop that orc. No problem. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and drop this guy here. Perfect. And let's go back. Alright. So let's go back. I'm actually just gonna, sometimes if you want to start over with a brush you've loaded, just reload it. A lot of times it's just easier. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and spin on masked. And again, we want to use the bend curve. So let's go ahead and rotate that red arrow to face the direction we want. I don't know if you can set that by default, Inspire. If you could, that would automatically give you what you need. Just a thought. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Now let's go ahead, come here, go to bend curve. And now let's just start bending this away. Oh, you know what? Back this up for a second. It's actually... There we go. And yeah, you could just scale that down right here. That works too. And then you can rotate it. Then we can manipulate this way. Touch that point. Scale that down as well. So yeah, that all works, dude. I like that. You can even set the rotation a little bit. I disagree with you. Arrow does matter. If you draw out a bend curve shape. So here, let's back up for a second. Let's just go here. So if I pull out a shape with a bend curve, and my blue arrow is facing this way, when I go into bend curve, see where the points are? So the red arrow actually determines where that goes. If you rotate this to have the red arrow face the direction you want to bend, then bend curve, now it's appropriate. Change it in the bend curve. You could do that, but I think it's easier the other way. That's more opinion at this point, I guess, then. But I would much rather have it not messed with in this function, but have it set that way. That would be my only critique at that point, if we were to leave it alone, because that arrow does determine. You want that blue arrow facing up and the red arrow facing the direction you want it to be. I mean, you could do that, but I guess it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. All depends on what you would like to do, because yeah, you can just start clicking here and moving that, but I don't know. The least I'd have to mess with this, the better. That's just an opinion, though. It's just easier, in my opinion. That's all. Let's back that up. There you go. And then, are this greased? No, it's not greased. Okay. But it's working out really well. Like I said, the way you have it intended, it's working out pretty good. actually go ahead and scale that up a little bit. And then let's go ahead and just duplicate that. Now I wonder. Okay, so yeah, that's where it breaks. The moment I go into dynamic subdivision, even with scaling down, if I were to use dynamic subdivision, it actually breaks that loop. I wonder why that is. Let me flip normal for a second. Shouldn't be anything on the inside. Well, I can do it, but it was captured with a gizmo. Rest to its normal position. Yeah. It would just make it easier. That's all. That's more of an opinion, not a critique. But what I am experiencing is when I hit dynamic subdivision, it breaks it. When I tapered within bin curve. And I don't... That might be the geo. That's interesting. I'm not quite sure why that's happening. Do I have dynamic thickness on? I shouldn't, no. Dynamic... Oh, yep, I guess I did. Interesting. Thank you. Good catch. Never mind. All's good then. Good catch, buddy. Thank you. I didn't even think about that. Oh, is it because I... Okay, I know why now. Now I get it. Okay, let's put that back on. Drew it on the wrong segment. I was thinking I drew it on her face. Or from her hair. Never mind. Don't mind me. I'm human. Alright. Then all is well. Okay. Let's go ahead and delete this one. All right. Well, thanks, buddy. No, I'm gonna play with it a little bit more. I like it. Okay. Let's go ahead and Z-remesh this because it's funky. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring that out, and let's Z-remesh this too. Alright, alright. Now her hair is braided, so I'll show you the brush I made for braids. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and... Yeah, that's normal. Let's just save this real quick. A lot of back and forth on this. Okay. So from here, let's go ahead and load a brush. And what I did was I created a IMM style. Well, I created a curved brush that I want to turn into an IMM brush for braids, but right now I have it kind of broken up. We'll end up making it a bit better. But braid brush. Oh, okay. I guess I did make it too. So this will be the braid itself. Let's actually bring this up. Okay. Actually, I think that'll be good. Let's split unmasked. And then this is the brush. This is what this does. I'll actually set that to world, local sim. We can scale that up. Turn on dynamics and we get hair braids. Because Chung-Li is braids her hair as well, go ahead and utilize this brush. And I created a couple different ones. I have a short braid and a long braid. Long braid is usually a little thinner. The short braid's a little thicker. Grab my move brush. Just kind of wrap it around the bun of her hair. Okay, go ahead and duplicate that. Kind of scale that down a little bit. She does like a weird little wrap. Let's go back to that brush. And let's try the shorter one now. There we go. A little bit thicker like that. Let's go ahead and split unmasked. Go ahead and turn dynamic on. Kind of wrap that over. Yep. There. We'll just make sure they're all touching as well. There we go. I'm trying to think too. I wonder if we might be able to get away with some other fun stuff. Ooh, cool braids. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is the brush that I built a little while ago. To try to actually kind of rotate this around a little bit. Hello. That's a nightmare screaming face? Yeah. That's kind of what we're going for. It'll make more sense once we get her into pose, but yeah. So it's about right. There we go. Kind of get that around there. Okay. Let's go ahead and save it. All right. Now what we need to do is kind of finish that face off a little bit. So, because this is what we're going for. It's a little hard to see here, but this is the pose that we're ultimately going for. So we have definitely a lot to do. We need to make her fist. So that's funny. Yeah, we definitely got to get her teeth and a tongue in there, but right now just kind of getting some of the braids in, testing out a brush by Inspire, which is working really, really well. And you know what we need to do too? There's one other thing. I want to get this part right. So just like a lot of little things. Let's just go to Google and type in hair braid in bun. Kind of need to see how braids should look when they're wrapped up. Yeah, that's what I thought. So they're kind of just get smaller and tighter on each other. So we could probably spiral that a little bit. Nice. Okay. So what we could do, just to make it quicker on ourselves, let's take this right here, go ahead and just start merging down. Make sure I do this right. I don't want to do too much. Okay. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and auto group it. Go to auto groups. And then let's go ahead and mirror and weld it. Now we're going to go ahead and duplicate it. Let's kind of get this put up in a way that makes sense. Move that around a bit. She has a lot of hair. So we can kind of push that in and pull that out. It's kind of wrapped on itself a little bit. At least creating that illusion. There we go. There we go. I think that's a bit better. So now it's kind of wrapped up. Just a smidget. Yeah. I think that sells that effect okay. And we'll just use that part for filler. You can even pop that up there like such. There we go. There. All right, perfect. All right. Now we need to get these chunks in there, but let's get her teeth and stuff built. So really paying attention to this part now. So let's go ahead and put this and call this her face. Kind of like piled rope. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she has so much of it, it's crazy almost. All right, let's do teeth. And teeth, we're just going to keep it simple. There's no need to go too crazy with it. So let's just get a cylinder. Let's go ahead and solo this out. And we're going to go ahead and delete loops. We're just going to scale this down. And then what we're going to do is actually select the inside. So then we can go ahead and delete hidden. Let's turn on double. And then I want to delete at least half of it. Delete. Something like that. Go ahead and kind of taper those in just a bit. Let's go ahead and move just this section. Out just like that. Now we're going to go ahead and take the Z modeler brush and we're just going to extrude out a little bit like that. Are you guilty of saving on purpose? Deduct 80 bravery points and lose 2 turns. Hey, Ducky. Yeah, exactly. No. I never want to be there. All right, we're gonna go with move infinite, so we can move the points and get this the way we want. Also select this point right here, and now you have to save. You have to. It's must. All right. Let's go ahead and grab these points. Kind of rotate this like that. I'm gonna pull this back a little bit. All right. Now we have these big old teeth. Let's go ahead and stick it in her face. Go ahead and rotate that about 15 degrees. There we go. Yeah, that works. Now, the thing we have to remember here actually is if we take a look, her jaw is a little too far forward. She doesn't have that kind of overbite. So let's actually lower subdivisions. Pull that back. There we go. There we go. Now we're just going to duplicate this, bring this down. Actually going to bring her teeth down where they need to be appropriately. And then we'll go ahead and move her mouth to the teeth, not the other way around. Nightmare view. Yeah, these sculpts end up being really gross for a while. All right, color. Let's go ahead and fill object with that color. So color, fill object. Same here. Fill object. Fill object. And fill object. I used to have all that on a shortcut, but I don't really think that's necessary anymore. Now, it does look like her eyes are actually open, and that's interesting, so gotta keep that in mind. So let's go ahead and fill that color. Oops. Oh. Whoops. Whoa. What happened? Okay. When this happens, where you lose your material... Where is it? Material... Not modifiers. So where is it? Oh, no, that's not what it is. What you need to do is actually go to black color. And then I believe it's under Z plugin. Subtool master. Fill. Fill material. Once that's all filled up. Oh. Wait. What the hell just happened? Huh. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and save the subtool. I'm gonna turn. I touched something. Never mind. I don't know what the hell happened. Something happened and I didn't like it. Looked like I just had albedo on. That was weird. Let's keep that glorious red wax on. Let's load our tool one more time. Has anybody had that before? Okay. What happened? Alright, it's obviously material setting. I did a fill layer on accident. Clear. Huh. What happens if I fill object? If I fill just the... Let's go here real quick. I literally have no idea what just happened. I don't have flat color on, I have skin shade. Okay, we need to look up the fuck just went down. Zbrush. Albedo. Glitch? No, I can't do that. Come on, Joseph, just help me out. Yeah. What? Yeah, switch. Nope. You're wrong, sir. I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. I kind of need to hear what he's saying. He's not showing.
You'd come over and select a tool, and simply this is probably what you're going to end up with. Load, and now I'm going to hit Control N to clear my canvas. So when you initially start ZBrush, this is probably what you're going to out onto the canvas before acting.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I don't want to get copyright striked either. No, that's not right. All right, so for some reason I'm stuck in what appears to be an albedo mode, and I don't know how to get out of it. I've never experienced this. And I have a battle ready, so that's fun. Has anybody ever experienced this? Usually I thought it was just a material swap, but... Okay, hold on. Well, the last thing I did was I went up to brush, so let's reverse engineer this. I hit fill layer on accident. Okay, maybe let's do new document. No, I don't want to save changes to a new document. Okay, so it shows my subtools as having something. I don't see a comment at all. Did you new doc or a new doc, and maybe the intensity is at 100 when you drag out at 0 that mop. Wait, why can't I see that? Read that again. Okay. Did you start a new doc? No. Start a new doc. Your Z intensity. And when you drag out, if it's at 0, you get a flat model like that. Okay, I'll try that. It did start a new document. Z intensity at 100. That's not the issue. But good attempt. The last thing I did was I hit fill layer on accident instead of fill object. That presented me with this crazy screen right here. Hold on. That's where it, what the fuck? Okay, let's try color clear. What is going on? Okay, let's just start a new document now. Let's try a new document. New. No. Okay. I have to research this. I don't know what else to do at this point. And so that Zbrush was no help. So at least not on the video I found. Okay, fix fill layer issue. There must be something with the fill layer that 3D layer bugs. Also, I'm kind of annoyed I'm not catching that comment. So is that on Twitch side?
Yes.
Do you not see? Nope. You were the last comment. Hit Control Z a bunch. That's the last thing I see. So I can't see anything that's going on, so. Yeah, it says I'm connected. Okay, hold on. 3D layer bugs. See something real quick. To go and physically paint each object. Okay, so I have 100% face up. Created a layer, turn it on, hit record. Hey, Roger. I do see that. Hello, hello. Okay, that's good. So I see YouTube comments. Okay, hold on. What is happening? Okay, let's drag that out. Let's go ahead and go in there. So it's like all the material got white. What happens if I turn basic material on? Go to Z plugin, subtool master, fill material. Okay, so it's something with the document. I already tried that. Okay. So what this guy's saying here was he went to layers, started a new one. The fixture requires a house. Okay. And then use Alt left click to erase all the color display. Dude, Twitch is hurt about you backing out of the affiliate program. I guess so. One less worry, I guess. Well, I have a really nice albedo looking thing with a wireframe. I'm now trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. And I tried Control Z. That's where I got stuck. Well, let's troubleshoot. Welcome to 3D modeling, people. Okay, none of that's helpful. So what's the issue? So the issue is that I am on a basic material, and I can't see my material. I can only see the albedo color. Last thing I did was accidentally hit fill layer, which then presented me with this. So this is what I have right now. Not quite sure why this is happening. No idea. You can see my subtool palette. Go ahead. I didn't do anything to the subtool palette. So now I'm trying to research what happened. Because as it stands right now, it's not a material issue. Guess I don't think so. I did that. Oh. Did you try turning the map at poly paint off and deselecting material? As dumb as that might sound. Nope, I did try that, yeah. I did try doing that. I also tried clearing. So, I mean, I could see it in this area, but... No. I'm in draw mode. Hold on, let me see something real quick. It's like it's stuck in flat color. It's weird. Yeah, I tried that. Saving the Z2 and loading up a new project. Yep, did that too. Don't think I've ever seen this before. Me neither. Yeah. Then when I get to this point where I can kind of see the model, what's going on, I go to document and I go to new document and I say, no, don't save changes. And I draw it out. We're back here again. Okay, I want to see something. What happens if I load number 2? Nope. Okay. You know what it is? It's Zbrush. So we go to, let's try something real quick. Let's go to config and let's restore config. Just turn off all the materials. Document. Is RGB or turned on? Is it mRGB or just RGB? Right now I don't have any of that turned on, but let's see. Let's just go material. Did you restart? I did restart. Did you try sacrificing a goat? I did not try sacrificing a goat. I would like to refrain from violence. I know I'm American, but... just annoyed. There has to be a fix. M is for material, mRGB is for material and for color. If I'm just trying to clear the material, it doesn't matter if it's mRGB or if it's just M. And flat color is a way to clear material because it can't stay. So that's why it's interesting that it's stuck here in flat color. Maybe just turn off paint brush on all subtools. I tried that already. I just get this. And that should let me pick a different material. It literally is not recognizing materials whatsoever. I don't know what the hell happened. I have M, I mean I could try mRGB as well, but that usually just stands for material and color. So I fill it with material. Let's see. Nope. So it's not displaying something. When you draw on a new doc, though, if you don't have RG, you won't get the materials. That doesn't make any sense, little oddity games. Not to be rude or anything. Oh, I guess that might work. Interesting. Okay. Let's try that now. Now I don't have any of the color, though. Let's save it first. Why don't I have color now? Is that the material I have? Maybe, 1 second. That might work. And then I retract my previous statement. Little Ollie Games, you're the man. I tried it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That makes no sense though, because mRGB just stands for material plus color. Let me try something. Now I'm really curious. Fucking ZBrush. Yeah. Takes a village. Sometimes that makes no sense, kind of fixes the issue. Yeah. But I want to know how I got there in the first place so I can avoid it. Alright, let's save it real quick. That was really weird. Well, thank you guys for all your help. Yeah. Okay, now that we kind of get that, let's break it. So I hit this color, fill layer. That's what happened. And then when I did this, I went back and didn't do it that time. See, this never happened with me. Yeah. If you don't have the M, it draws the object with color, but no materials. Why do you want to have that? I don't know. But see, that part, little oddity, doesn't make any sense, because when I draw out my materials for the first time, opening it up from a subtool, these are off by default. This is why I said that made no sense, because I just drew it out now. So let's like turn off edit mode, say switch, clear this out. Now it's not drawing anything. That doesn't make sense. To draw materials on. That's the first I've ever heard of that. That makes no sense. And that's what happens when you ignore stream raiders.
Very important.
I guess so. Alright, well, let's keep that in mind for next time.
But reading up on it,
But how it got there in the first place makes sense.
honestly,
Mysteries?
guy on thing had the exact same problem right after.
Interesting.
So something during the Odyssey, it fucked.
Yeah, by default, M and M RGB are turned off. Okay, let's turn this off. Let's load it back up. Let's actually go to, okay, so I'm already defaulted here. So when I go to load tool, that's Vegeta articulated. Yeah, let's load up my Java sculpt. So by default, well, mine's turned on by default. Mine's turned on, but now it's turned off when you go into it. So it is on before you load a file. If I were to hit the spacebar, that tells me it's loaded. Drag it out. Okay, so I guess it is loaded, which is good to know. But when you click into it, it automatically disables that. So that's what it is. So, little oddity, you're right on that. Now let's try to load this file. That's on. Okay. There it is then. Weird, mine default is turned on. So it is turned on before you hit edit. So when you switch out of this and you hold down spacebar before you're in edit mode, it is automatically turned on. When you draw it out, that draws out both color and material. You can see it's still on. When I hit T to go into edit mode, it's now turned off. Because now we're dealing with brushes, not the document file, because these are brush dedicated. Hey, Walter's Workshop, what's up, dude? Oh, okay. I'm a bit stressed. Yeah. It's going. I just had this really weird glitch show up, and it took a village to kind of figure it out. And Little Oddity Games came in with a rescue, so, dude, thank you again, man. I appreciate that. About ready to pull what hair I've grown over the last year out. It doesn't matter, though. No. And we're good. And for some reason now Twitch is working again, so there you go. That's all there. You'll be missed. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and save it one more time. That doesn't matter. I didn't do anything with it. Okay. I guess we could do Stream Raiders now that we've all had a fun little time. Yay! That was enjoyable, wasn't it? Said no one. Yes. Well, again, thanks to Little Oddity Games, we figured it out. Which means that filling a layer clears that. That has to be what happens. And just before adding an object, disable them, and it worked just fine. Same with M disabled. Really? Interesting. I don't know. Let's call it a feature and move on. Everybody here knows feature equals bug. Yeah, I have no idea, man. I don't know. Zbrush is our special boy for sure. For sure. Alright, guys. J. Crew and Angry Monday. I think Angry Monday and I need to switch names for a second. Doesn't matter, does it? Yep. Sounds like somebody has a case of the Mondays. Okay. Anyway. Alright, we need to go ahead and drop this guy for our final. Yay, yay. Oh, not final. 4 out of 5. Alright. Whatever. Whatever, bro. Dude, I'm annoyed for you. Yeah, I'm annoyed, yeah. It is annoying because I always get bothered by when things happen that doesn't make sense. That's all. Yeah, it's something special for sure. Okay. Well, let's continue sculpting. I think we can do that now. Let's see. This. Okay. Well, let's try the ultimate test here. Let's go to flat color. So the way that you would normally clear your materials in ZBrush would to go to Z plugin, go to Subtool Master, Fill, and Fill Material, and that should wipe all your materials out. And that's what we got right there. For some reason, it didn't do it to the face, though. Then I could pick a skin shade, and it should be able to do something like this. But for some reason, let's go ahead and delete this face here. Let's go to Fill, Material. Well, tickle me Elmo. That's not doing it there. Okay. A way to clear material is to just Z-remesh it. There we go. That's another way you can clear material. And that did work there. Okay. Let's go to Fill Object. There we go. Okay. I think all is starting to show up in the universe. Maybe? Let's clean our body up. Let's go ahead and merge this down. Let's fix a few things first. Okay. Yeah, that was bizarre to say the least. No idea what happened, but that's okay. Gonna try to move on and not let it ruin my life. Always yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's go ahead and... I wanted to move her head up a little bit. I want to move the hair with it, so we're going to go to Transpose Master. Ooh, Rush popped in, hello. Also, the winds are crazy and knocked out the internet for all the schools in the city. Nice! I still have internet, so that's good. Well, we got an hour left, so if I end up going, it's because the internet is out. Alright, let's go ahead and move her head back a little bit. she's gonna be like this. There, yeah, that'll be fine. Hey there, hey there. I'll be right back. I'm getting ready to drive home. Nice. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get the rest of this going. I'll stop being so annoyed. You're doing flat colors. Yes. It was a bit of an adventure just a moment ago. Let's see. Yeah, network outage. Schools got out on that. Yeah, tons of fun stuff. Nice. All right. Okay. Gotta get into the transform. Yeah. You have it showing only colors. It's a mode. Wait, what? How far behind are you? Showing the model right now. I need to be home to show you. No. It's there's material here. It shows material now, but it was showing flat color. It's a mode. Yeah, when you get home, that'd be. Yeah, I'm curious. You could just send a Discord message, please. All right. Okay. Curious how far behind Colin was. All right, let's get a tongue in there. We're gonna go ahead and insert a sphere. And we'll make this pink. Be right back. No worries. Take your time. I'm also having network issues at the moment. Twitch didn't want to show me anything. So, okay, her mouth is not open enough. So we need to do that. Okay. She said it was flat color. That's actually bothering me. I'm actually bothered by what happened, and I don't know how. So let's see this. Let's try, based on what Talon just said, Zbrush, color mode.
Are responsible.
Subtool. You turn on colorize in the subtool. Poly paint, subtool palette. Interesting. see, turn off add or subtract to avoid sculpting under model. Turn color as in the tool. And then subpalette, tools, subpalette. Wait, what? Sometimes there are things that are just not easy to figure out. Well, she'll probably end up showing me. Anyway. I just, even more so about the fix, because I tried to recreate it and it didn't happen. Interesting. It's weird, isn't it? Like, I don't know. I get baffled sometimes by the little things in life. But that's okay. There we go. That's better. Alright. Okay, let's go ahead and get her eyebrows on there. So let's go to here. We'll duplicate this. Let's do solo mode. Let's take our topology brush. And Chun-Li has kind of very sharp, narrow eyebrows. Really lower. Yeah. Let's do that. It's weird, man. But I appreciate everybody here who helped out with that.
The only thing helpful I could have said is throw it out the window.
Yeah, I mean, you know. That's my go-to. Okay, let's go ahead. One. Draw that out. One draw size. To rule them all. Okay, let's go ahead and split. Let's kick this back up. Let's go ahead and split unmasked. Let's go ahead and bring that out for a second. You grab the damn tool. Zbrush has me annoyed, like, what? There we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and color and fill object. There we go. Okay. What the hell? Just want to grab. My alt click is not grabbing what I want it to. Honestly, I think I may have to reinstall Zbrush because I'm alt clicking with my mouse other subtools and it is not clicking. I'm annoyed. This is my annoyed face. I can go ahead and select with my arrow. Okay. Eyebrows. Call this the tongue. Can't spell, but that's okay. Hello, Zbrush Princess! Just restart Zbrush. Sometimes there's hiccups like that. Yeah, I might I've done that like 3 times already when this error came out, but let me try it again. Let me save one more time and let's get into it. Ugh. I am just frustrated with Zbrush right now. Maybe. I don't know. It usually doesn't matter what brush you pick. Yeah, I didn't have a stuck key. I checked that, but thank you. Keyboard bashing are the best of friends usually. Best friend said usually does the trick. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. How are you, Zbrush Princess? If you change the brush, is it working? Well, we'll find out right now. Let's go ahead and load the tool back. Just start it over. Ooh, here we go. Okay, forget everything about Zbrush. This song right here. This is all that matters. Can't be mad with a song like this. Just to remind you, if you're not frustrated by Zbrush, then you're doing something wrong. Nice. So you're on the right track. Thanks, Dougie. Dougie, I don't know if I told you, but I was watching the Hasbro toy articulation, and I just want you to know that when you tweeted them about a couple questions about toy articulation, I was in the very back in that room while they were recording that. So, just a little fun fact for you. Alright, let's go back to our Chun-Li versus Vega character. Alright. Ah! She's red in the face. Red wax is working. Okay, so let's go to the topology tool. Okay, still not clicking. Let's try a different tool. Yeah, I guess you can't do it with the topology brush. Okay, that's good to know. Well, we are just having all sorts of fun today. Don't try to click anything with the topology brush. Oh, were ya? Oh, neat. Yep, I was there. Actually, since before the pandemic's ZBrush summit, I was there for 2 years in a row. So the 2018, 19, and then 20. Paul from Hasbro is amazing. I'd like to meet him and have a beer. Hell yeah. I would also like to sit down and pick his brain about articulation without paying a lot of money for his class. Just help me do it, bro. Come on. Okay. Okay, if she looks like she's in pain, I'm doing something right. Because she's not having a good time in that movie. You miss having long hair? Nice. Oh, I love how your braided hair turned out really nice. Thank you. Yeah, I built the brush and then built the hairbrush and then just used it as a curve brush. The hairstyle is beautiful. He seems approachable, like you could grab a beer with him. Absolutely. Yeah, he seemed like a really cool guy. The problem with that video was just the interruptions that happened. I just wanted him to sit down and just make it. Okay. But it was a summit, so it was pretty cool. It was nice to be there. I wish I was more into articulation when I was there, so I could have gone up and been like, hey, we need to talk. That would have been pretty cool. Okay, let's take the teeth and move it in a little bit. The internet's freaking out? Okay. Okay. Guys, I'm getting error signs all over the place. I think the internet's going out of my house too. So we're gonna call it for the day. as much as I don't want to. But I'll finish up Stream Raiders even after the stream is done. That's my favorite points. All right, so if you guys can hear this, my internet is dropping below 50 kilobytes per second. You should be taking this out of the group. So, guys, we're gonna call it a day. Dougie, I appreciate your humor. Thank you so much. But 800. Oh, I got. Oh, so. Twitch is really down for everyone. I could barely stream. Okay, lately. All right, so I will talk to you guys later. Thank you guys for hanging out, and hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. You had same issues with most of my streams too? No! That's a bummer. All right, guys. Well, we'll continue this more tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Sorry. That's my sad face.